Good afternoon for those both in the room and online. We have a full complement of panel members and all both applicant and city officers, so we are now able to commence the meeting. And I would like to officially declare today's meeting open at 1:07 p.m. I would also like to acknowledge the panel members here today. Online we have Councillor Fergus Bennett. In the room we have Councillor Kerry Smythe to my furthest left. Next to Kerry is Specialist Member Heidi Fergott. To my immediate left is Eugene Coltaz, Deputy Presiding Member. My name is Francesca Lafanti, Presiding Member. I would like to, in opening the meeting, acknowledge that we are hosting this meeting on the traditional land of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. We acknowledge the tradition of the Aboriginal people as the traditional custodians of Western Australia, pay respects to elders past and present, and the ongoing connection between people, land, waters and community. Today's meeting will be run in accordance with the DAP Standing Orders 2024 under the Planning and Development DAP Regulations 2011. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed on the DAP website in accordance with Regulation 42A of Planning and Development DAP Regulations 2011. Throughout the duration of today's meeting, panel members may refer to technical devices to assist them in considering the information before them. We have one apology for today's meeting, and that is Councillor Rebecca Coughlin. We do have a full contingent for our panel member today. There are no members on leave of absence. The minutes for this DAP meeting will be available on the website as with other DAP minutes. We will move through to Part B, City of Nedlands, as one item for today's agenda. And I will first ask if members have duly considered all material before you, noting that you received some information this morning in relation to R13 responses. Can I have a show of hands that you've duly considered those matters? That is unanimous for the minute taker. I will now move to disclosures of interest. There has already been one interest disclosed through member Heidi Fergott. It's an impartial interest. The interest is, and I'll read it out, that Ms Fergott was engaged for more than 5 years to provide peer review traffic advice to the City of Nedlands in relation to a previous proposal for the subject site and area. This matter has been considered by the DAP's Executive Director and approval has been granted for full participation in this item. Is there anything further you wished to comment on? Members, are there any other interests? Council members, did you attend a council meeting in relation to this? So first I'll go to Kerry and then we'll go online to Fergus Bennett, Councillor Fergus Bennett.
Thank you, Presiding Member. This AR was presented to the City of Nedlands Special Council meeting on the 29th of January 2025. Under section 2.1.2 of the DAP Code of Conduct 2024, I acknowledge that I am not bound by any previous decision or resolution of the local government. I undertake to exercise independent judgment in relation to any DAP application before me, which I will consider on its planning merits. I am confident to participate in the JDAP meeting impartially without any prior commitment or bias and will consider any application entirely on its merits as presented to the JDAP. Thank you.
Thank you. Approval. The interest has been provided. Approval is granted for full participation in today's meeting. That includes voting on the item. I'll now move to Councillor Fergus Bennett.
Yes, thank you. I have been previously involved in decision-making and meetings regarding this site and development as a councillor. However, I'll treat this development, judge it on its merits and treat it impartially. Thank you.
Thank you. Approval is granted for full participation on this item in relation to Councillor Fergus Bennett. Members, are there any other disclosures of interest in relation to this matter? There are no other disclosures of interest. We will be moving forward to the item, this item 3.1, relates to the commercial development at number 90 Stirling Highway. We have a number of presentations today. We have 3 presentations from Tim Dawkins, Urbis, Jacob Martin, WSP, and Nigel Uren from Aldi Foods. Approval has been granted for a combined presentation of 15 minutes. I would encourage you to focus on the key matters before you, and DAP Secretariat will be providing assistance with the timing of it. Following those presentations, and they will all occur as one group, there'll be the opportunity for panel members to ask questions. At the conclusion of those questions, we will go to the officers. We have with us today online 3 officers representing the City of Nedlands, Mr. Gillard Reid, Mr. Bruce Thompson, and Mr. Steve Pristroski, the traffic consultant engaged by the City. I will hand over to the applicants team.
Thank you very much. Good evening, panel members. Evening, yes. Thanks for having us back. It is, despite being relatively disappointed with the deferral at the last meeting, it is great to be here with a recommendation for approval now from City of Nedlands. We had a recommendation for deferral last time, which we received. It's now really exciting. We have a recommendation for approval from everyone, including Main Roads. So rather than recharacterise all the arguments again, I hope we're pretty clear about the proposal, and I just want to get straight into the conditions of approval which have been proposed. The Regulation 13 note helped because I think we're now a bit closer, hopefully, because some of those things are being clarified and positions being given. So hopefully that gets us a bit closer as well to a decision that the communities are after. We've got Nigel from Aldi and Jacob from WSP, the traffic engineer. I was hoping to be able to do this in a fairly interactive way. I don't know if that matters, if that's possible, but if there's questions as we go, we're happy to take them on a condition by condition, because there are quite a few conditions and it might get a bit convoluted and difficult if we work through. So we're more than happy to take conditions through. If that's not appropriate, I'm happy to take them again. Okay. Yeah. So the Aldi store has been a long proposed thing, and it was approved in 2018. Didn't quite get there, and it's back again. So here we are, hoping this is going to be the winning proposal. Again, as I said, we're disappointed with the deferral. We did meet, and I thank the City of Nedlands and Main Roads for attending a meeting while I was still on annual leave, and most people were just back. But we all got there and we had the meeting, and it was highly unproductive. Nothing was agreed at that meeting. Jacob provided a detailed response and a position to Main Roads, to which the response was, we don't agree. No technical response, no dialogue entered into, it's just we don't agree. Further to that, they came back and provided a whole bunch of new conditions which went on the table previously. So we've had to have a look at them as well. So despite being disappointed, we're here now and we want to talk about those conditions. Condition 4, this was proposed last time, and it's a condition for amalgamation or a legal agreement to amongst things if amalgamation doesn't occur. That's a highly standard approach. That's what Woolworths were given on their side, and what we seek in many cases, because there are tax and other implications about amalgamation. It was put to us that one of the concerns might be that every lot has a legal entitlement to a crossover. So the lots that have an access to Sterling Highway would then still continue to have a lot. We do not intend to do that. The plan show what we're intending to do. We're happy to do a legal agreement that says that the only one access points for the combined lots can be achieved, and they have to agree amongst themselves to share an access point. So there'll be no way we can come back to Main Road and say we're legally entitled to that. We'll have it now, please. And City of Nedlands have agreed in the Regulation 13 note that position. Condition 5, the rear lane. Now this is one that's actually probably one of the bigger ones of today's discussion. There is a planning policy which City of Nedlands adopted in 2020, which talks about the rear lane, and that's seeking to be a rear lane of 10 metres. When we had our previous approval, Woolworths wasn't in existence, nor was that approval, but we did accommodate the lane. We've always been for this laneway. The laneway will benefit our site significantly. It will connect us to Darkheath Road. It will provide additional access through to the traffic lights, and we are if City of Nedlands come together and provide that for us, we would be over the moon. We've been told recently that there's no money, that road can't get provided without state funding or something. So we don't expect it to happen anytime soon, but we're certainly agreeable to the deed, which is an agreement to a future easement, should that be connected through, because we can't have an easement today because it'll be an easement to nowhere. and it create an unacceptable situation where the back of our site would have illegal public access through it, not taking it anywhere. So we're agreeing to a deed that will only come into place we're agreeing to an easement through a deed that will be provided upon the connection actually existing. The difference with Woolworths, though, they have 2 roads. That already provides a connection between Stanley and Florence. So that exists, and our customers will rely on that equally as their customers rely on our access to our site. That's approved, and this was approved in 2023 after the policy. So, and against the policy setting when it was in place, they were approved with this laneway configuration, which is essentially identical to ours in many ways. You can see in this section through here that they've got a 7-metre wide access way, and then a car parking area. So the actual access way is only 7 metres, which is what we are proposing. And you can see that in this plan here we're prepared. So we're showing how the 7-metre access way is provided in the exact same manner as which Woolworths have provided it. And there's some confusion in the language between access way and laneway, because the access way is actually needs to be 7 metres, which is what we're providing. And there's some talking about vehicular conflict, and that's not even the case, because the road would never get wider than 7 metres for the purposes of the carriageway, except for at the end where you can see it flaring out where we're having the access way. So we're saying it can be wider at 10 and needs to be wider at 10 to that point, but the other points it will be 7 metres. And that replicates entirely what Woolworths have done. And as I said, we're optimistic this connection will be provided us one day, but we're not holding our breath. So the site down the back there is actually probably going to be as it is for many years, if not forever. And again, all we're seeking to do is provide the equivalent access that we will get essentially from the Woolworths site. If there's any questions on that, have to take it or have to take it later.
I have a question at this juncture. My question relates to the plans. There are plans in our agenda, and there are material provided in your submission.
Yeah.
And there is a series of plans that show width of laneway. One plan shows the laneway at 6.1 metres.
Yeah.
And that was under Appendix B, alternate awning, but it showed on plan there. It also shows it on plan, proposed site and ground floor plan of a plan submitted and dated the 18th of November 2024. It is electronic number page 29. I can't give you much more than that. And then there is Appendix A, laneway plans, that shows 7 metres. So I raised that with you, and the RAR includes a reference to the plans of 18th of November. Could you clarify that in the context of what you were just saying?
So this condition wasn't applied at the last DAP meeting, so we didn't come to court. So it wasn't something that was actually up for discussion. The 6.1 metre laneway is from Lisbon neighbourhoods. That's a standard design for a laneway, and Planning Bulletin 33 also says that 2 cars can safely pass at 5 metres, but preferably at 6 metres. 7 metres is what it should be designed in this context, and we accept that. It doesn't change the design at all. It's just the cars have wheel stops. So at the ones they can actually nudge forward. So they're actually designed separately. So the bonnets will come over the bays that are shown there at 4.8 is to the wheel stop. So what this plan is intending to demonstrate is that we can accommodate a 7 metre laneway. And why that's important is because the wording we've put forward is that when we agree to the easement and access ways to be a minimum of 7 metres. So we're accepting of that condition. If it says 7 metres there, our plans can accommodate that. It's just the red line that we show would be able to.
So really, I think to clarify your point though, historically, our original submission that came to you showed everything, all the overlaying plans showed a 6.1 metre easement. We are now proposing an amended plan for a 7 metre. We only prepared one plan. It just didn't cascade into all the other overlay plans. So there's a proposed amendment for a 7 metre.
And hence your requested modification with your identification of 7 metres.
Widening to the shown there as well.
So we would fan out to 10 at the crossover because
yes, I appreciate the where it intersects with Florence. It was the bit on the plans that I received showed me 2 different numbers, and if I used on your material and if I use the plans in the document, we have.
Yes. We'll spotted in the detail. That is the purpose of this, was really show we can accommodate a 7 metre without the plans becoming unusable. Those car bays and the water tanks, the fire things all still existed and can be housed in that area. Should we accept, or should you be acceptable?
Thank you. That was my only question. Other members, do you have any questions at this juncture?
I'd just like to see where exactly where the 7 metres is. Could someone show me on that where the beginning and the end of the 7 metres is?
Appropriate to stand? Is that?
Could, it's just that the numbers are very blurry on.
Sorry. It's to the edge of these car bays. So that red line and that red line, that's the 7 metres.
In the hashed area, okay.
Yeah, in that, and then it fans out. So the hatched area. So it would be no less at any point than 7 metres.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've just got one question. It's to do with the car bay up against the, I forget what that square building is.
It's a pump.
5.950 metres. What's that structure?
It's
Square one on the southern side near the tank.
firefighting pump.
The first bay up against that would be a bit difficult sightline wise. Cars driving in or out would have to reverse onto that laneway. It's just an observation that I make.
That's probably fair. If the Australian standards make that bay not suitable, because we're designing for a situation today when and for some time it's not going to have traffic. But if the traffic did require, we could
I believe we've notated on the plans additionally, those car parks are intended to be used for staff, our staff parking. So they would be low frequency parks. In other words, staff would park in the full trade. And
Well, you've got a condition on the parking.
happy to have a condition limiting it to car parking as well.
If you'd like.
Condition 6, it found its way back into the RA, but that was agreed verbally at that meeting by the officers that the demolition permit isn't needed because there's nothing on site. So that's in their regulation 13 note, it's been accepted. The dilapidation report, I'm not going to dive into this. It's just I get a lot of approvals. I rarely see the condition you expect. I mean, required it's an NCC, a building code thing. There's lots of things in the CBD next to really tall and heritage buildings. Dilapidation reports are not normally something you see as a condition of approval. We will do it, obviously. The builder will do it because that's what the insurance is rely on. It's just not the spot for it in this approval. Florence Road awnings. Now, this is an interesting one because there's a bit of confusion between the Stirling Highway awnings and the Florence Road awnings. We're seeking this condition to be released, and the purpose is that the City of Nedlands and through the officers advise us that the city would not sign the application if there's any encroachment of their road reserve. So the CEO has delegated authority to sign. Would have to get them to sign the Form 1, we're told. If we're having it, and apparently that was going to be difficult. Because of the way the awning comes over the Florence Road part of the site in a colonnading approach, it actually was okay to us. We could accept that because it was still providing things that awnings are supposed to do by having the depth, providing depth to the building, weather protection, and shading to the building. So we were okay to make sure that there was no encroachment whatsoever into the Florence Road. We think it was sad. We think it was a design loss, but we could accommodate that. The Stirling Highway portion, we didn't need anyone to sign because it's our land. So the top of the site here where you can see the awning going in, that is into the Red Road Reserve, yes, but it's not. It's still our land. So we didn't need anyone to sign. So we thought we'd continue to propose that because we think it's a good thing. And we'll come back to that awning because that's a separate condition. Condition 9 relates only to Florence Road, or the city's road reserve. So although in the future when main roads do come and buy the land off us and acquire it, that will be road reserve. As it stands at the moment, it's not. And so that condition 9 doesn't relate to anything on Stirling Highway. Materials and colours, that's a wording suggestion we proposed last time and also was verbally said was okay. And last time found its way back on the agenda, but in the regulation 13 has been said to be acceptable. Rear lane, that's some length. I don't think we need to go back over that again, but we're seeking condition 15 to be deleted, partially because it's a replication of the earlier condition 6, I think it was.
5, wasn't it?
Yep. Condition 5, and it uses the language between easement and because it's actually only a deed to agree to a future easement, so the easement shouldn't be shown on the plans because it's not an easement until the deed triggers the easement. So it's a confusion and it's not needed because it's adequately dealt with under condition 5. 16, delivering and loading procedures. We're seeking that we've done the plan. We've had no discussion about the plan. We've had no discussion of any inadequacy or anything like that. So we're saying this is a plan that Audi have 60 stores in the state.
Yes, but it's a very site-specific plan that fully articulates the procedures. Yeah, I suppose our point of contention on this is that we don't understand what further information. But you write these for all the sites, and they're either front-ended within the application and conditioned, which we're asking to happen, or we don't do that work and it gets conditioned to happen later. It's unusual to do something and not be read or talk about and then condition later. So we're simply saying any deficiencies of that plan has been not made aware to us, and the reasons in the regulation 13 is also not right because we don't see any of those things being deficient. So happy to have a discussion on that if anyone is interested. But we're not seeking to not have one, we're just saying we already have one. Condition 23 is quite similar. We don't feel the need to do a noise management plan because we've done the acoustic report, which has specific requirements to do certain things, i.e. building a fence barrier of a certain height in the mass to accommodate, and are saying if those things can be achieved, this site will achieve the noise reg. So again, there's been no contention on that. There's been no issues. So we don't quite understand why we now do a noise management plan, which is simply confirming the regulations of the noise report that's been done, which will be conditioned incidentally under condition 22. So it's not like that falls away. That noise management plan already exists, but it's not been raised to us in any way how that might be. So we just want to get on with it. 26 again. One that was, we believe, accepted by the officers at the last meeting, found its way back on the agenda again. But the wording is just to remove that because it allows us to keep up with the relevant standards and improving over time and not being stuck forever against a standard that might be still requires us to be in response with sustainability. Condition 27, this is an unusual one. It's not the standard process to give the land away in this instance. We had the similar situation with the Audi Inglewood, where the original condition was to give away the Blue Road Reserve in that instance up along Beaufort Street. The DAP agreed that we didn't need to because there wasn't that nexus. The City of Nedlands Regulation 13 report has referred to the draft operational policy 1.2, and under that there's area section 5.3, which talks about 4 instances where land might be ceded free of cost. And we don't believe, we can talk through these dot points if that helps, but we don't believe that any of these thresholds are met by us. And we're simply, with the crossover as far away from the Stirling Highway as possible. We're giving up the crossover that exists on the Stirling Highway. We're not having any new crossovers, and there's nothing that would actually trigger the need to give that way free of cost. We're obviously setting aside the land, we're making it so it's easy to acquire, and we've actually got a condition which says within 3 months we have to get everything out of that road reserve when main roads come to buy it off us. But at this point in time, it's not appropriate for us to be handing that land over free of cost. And 2 reasons. One is because it's very valuable land, obviously, but secondly, we don't trust main roads. There's an image later in the pack where I talk about what main roads do when they landscape their own verges, and it's not a good look. And we are really proud of our presentation, our frontage to the Stirling Highway, and we want to maintain that. So you can tell the sites up and down the Stirling Highway the main roads control and maintain, and you can tell them because they're not held to a good standard. So we want to make sure that we continue to have that and present to the street as best we can until such time as main roads have a plan in the first instance, and secondly have some action to actually do the work rather than just letting up the land now. I'm not sure if planning bulletin operating policy 1.2 is of particular relevance, but I can go through those dot points. But we're not triggered by any of those things, and it's something that we're strongly opposed to because. Yeah.
So I'm basically specifically here to talk about conditions 28. around the proposed or the requested geometry by Main Roads to create a left in, left out lane correct movement for the proposed Audi 15.6 metre. I've listed 4 reasons why I think this is a terrible outcome. Some of these are around urban form, and we've got planners in the room and planners all around us actually that can often think about these in this format. But from a traffic perspective, the first reason one is this was only built, was built 10 years ago. It was built by the City of Nedlands and Main Roads to a design that reflects basically the existing and future proposed traffic, the same type of vehicles, basically the same frequency of vehicles. And it was designed specifically in a way that would be compliant, and specifically a way that would create a better safety outcome. The main and only difference between this and what we anticipate the future would look like is the inclusion of a central median to create a left in, left out movement. But in terms of its geometry, the curb line geometry, this was designed in accordance with good quality traffic engineering practice. It's consistent with Austro, it's consistent with Liberal neighbourhoods, it's designed for this purpose.
And Woolworths have a condition requiring a median strip to ban left in, left out movements, so right in, right out movements. So that's already underway with their construction.
Second reason.
Sorry,
sorry.
on the
Yes,
right in, right out, you just referenced the adjoining site. My question from a traffic perspective, and I separating out the 2 sites, your development, you say the provision of a median or a contribution to the median to prevent the right in and right out is what? Because the neighbouring site's paying for it? What does this site generate? I suppose I'm drawing the separation. There's 2 conversations going on here. One is need a nexus of development, and one is sort of conversation about somebody else is already doing it, which I separated them out as 2 fundamentally different things.
So I guess from the perspective of this site generates almost identical traffic to the previous site. It generates no new additional trips, and what heavy vehicle trips it does generate tend to be of lower impact. It's a small vehicle that Audi has proposed compared to.
Sorry, go back again. What you just said. This is
The supermarket was on
the
the
previous supermarket on this site.
site.
Sorry, thank you for
Main
clarifying.
Roads recommended that median strip as part of the last RAR when we got an approval in 2018, and the DAP at that time decided not to include that condition. So there was no condition for banning.
So the only, to be clear, the only trigger for banning the right turn movement and constructing a median is because of the Woolworths development proposal and the intensity from that Woolworths traffic proposal. And they have that as a condition of their approval to construct that median already.
Yes, yes, no, I'm aware of that. I want to draw the distinction between them constructing it
Yes.
and
Triggering it.
either proposals can equally trigger
Yes.
a need, and that's fundamentally where I was seeking your clarification on that bit.
So when Captain Stirling was operation, there was about 230 vehicle trips at the peak hour. And then when the Audi was approved last time, the estimation was 270 trips at the peak hour. So it was in and of the same volume as what was arranged when this was in place. And the DAP at that time decided not to apply the condition it wasn't necessary to have the condition for left in, left out only.
But either way, the condition is on the Woolworths development and they will build that.
They are building it. They've got a building permit.
And are you saying in these documentations that you've provided us that this development, irrespective of what's happening on the site next door, doesn't trigger the need directly related to your development that warrants a condition for median island works limiting right in, right out?
Correct.
That's fundamentally what from a traffic perspective you're saying.
Well, I would agree that those movements already, like in its existing function of Florence Road, the restriction of right in, right out movements is a net positive for Sterling Highway and the intersection. But that would be independent and irrespective of this development.
I understand where you're coming from. I'm mainly trying to focus on take it down to its. I'm separating out the elements to clarify, and a general benefit of no right in, right out is one matter. A general comment about somebody else has a condition, but I'm trying to separate those out from clarity about what this development generates that warrants obligation associated directly with this development.
And without dwelling on it too far, if we were on our own, at peak hours, there's a flashing no right turn sign on Darkheath Road heading back towards the city. But you can get to our site and can turn right and go into our site. Woolworths have caused through the cumulative effect of traffic that to be left in, left out, so construct a median, but they're putting a right turn pocket up onto Stanley Street, which will then have a connection through the back of their site, which will connect our site back up. So it works together. So they're taking away right movements to us at Florence, but they're providing it to us at Stanley. Whereas if they didn't do the site just stayed as it was, that wouldn't be the case. We couldn't get the access through the back of their site to complete that network, which we're supportive of. We think it's overall the networks of laneways and eventually to Darkheath Road through Florence will be the last piece of making that all work.
Thank you. Did anybody else have a question on this specific matter? Heidi, sorry, Cindy,
I have several, actually,
Yep.
cascaded to one into the other.
Yep.
Okay, with respect to this particular condition, the latest traffic assessment, I think that was appended to the RAR, was dated October of last year. Obviously, this project's been in the works for number of years, actually, with the previous consultant on board at that time. Notwithstanding, the site is vacant at present, and clearly with post-COVID, traffic patterns have changed heaps all around Perth, particularly on the main roads for a number of different reasons. And it wasn't clear to me in the report, which is why I'm asking. There was no SIDRA analysis done at Florence and Sterling. Okay, it presumed that it was going to be closed off to be a partial movements left in, left out. Ultimately, that's fine. And there's some discussion that the city had looked at it many years ago prior to either the neighbor or this application being something that was on the table. The SIDRA that was in the WSP report was taken straight out of the Nedlands report. Is there I just want to confirm that that is meant to be reflective of ultimate build out at number 80 and ultimate build out at number 90 under 10-year conditions or whatever, for the scenario whereby the intersection is modified for left in, left out.
Yes,
Is that correct?
all that's true. Yeah.
Okay. Was there an analysis done for a scenario whereby that intersection remains open?
No, and that was done specifically because the approval for the Nedlands Square development had already gone through. And so we were operating in a future environment where the presupposition was that work was underway and that that development would be constructed.
Leads me into my next question. This is an aside and then I'll carry on. Did you do a SIDRA analysis for the driveway onto Florence?
No.
Okay. Is there any particular reason? I'm just curious.
Again, all of the plans always assume that the driveway onto Florence, my apologies. The driveway onto Florence, no. The traffic volumes along Florence are so low that the, frankly, negligible traffic that moves into the Aldi and out is not going to have any impact on.
But will they be under the future scenario is my question. It was just a question. I was curious and you said, no, you didn't do it.
No.
If I just add to that, there is that local planning policy which talks about the requirement of the laneway going in that location.
Okay, the laneway at the rear. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the driveway.
In this case, the driveway and the laneway.
Driveway, the crossover into your car
yeah,
park. Okay, not the one in the laneway. From the sounds of it, that particular set of works or feature endeavor is not sufficiently progressed so that you can actually model that, and it's subject to a lot of different pressures and demands, which can't be quantified at this time. Right, so following on from my question about the Sidra at Florence and Sterling Highway that was done as part of number 80 because it was done before, etc. And the question that was tendered by the presiding member in relation, what proportion can be attributed to the cumulative increased demand over what's currently there? So you're saying 50-50-ish?
Sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to clarify that.
So you have existing conditions,
Yes.
okay, and the site is actually, it's actually vacant and been checked on Google Maps by comparison to what it was some years ago where it was operating. I'm not convinced it was operating at the level this will, but notwithstanding, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is you've done your traffic generation. My question is, following on from the remarks that is, can you confirm that about 50% of the additional demand beyond what is now currently there now under conditions where neither one of them is commissioned would it be 50% to Aldi, 50% to Nedlands Square, 40, 60, 70, 30?
That's a good question. I guess one of the tricky parts about Florence and Sterling Highway is how it operates during peak. Because our main traffic analysis is around peak period movements and the
PM, right?
mostly PM peak, yeah. But the PM peak traffic volumes at Florence are vanishingly low. And this isn't a big surprise. Sterling Highway is awful to try and get onto. And so as a result, there's almost no traffic trying to turn at Florence under the existing scenario, and not that much more under a future scenario. So I don't have the numbers to hand about exactly what the proportions are, but those numbers are actually
They're in the realm of reality, I would suspect, because it's an existing residential catchment. There's not much traffic coming out in the afternoon. Okay, that's the point. And most people are probably turning left from Sterling. That's fine. Okay.
My recollection from the previous application was that Audi would be 273 vehicles at peak hour and Woolworths would be in the order of close to 500.
Okay, which brings me to my next question. Okay, so that's about the traffic. Are you aware if there are any plans progressed for the upgrades for Sterling Highway and Florence Road? I saw some mention or reference to something from 2011, 12. Are you aware?
so those
Concept plans done
those
by,
are in fact these. So this is the work that was done in 2012
right, okay.
to upgrade the road. And I guess the point that I was trying to make was that those plans were submitted by Nedlands to Main Roads. It was part funded by Main Roads and constructed exactly as the design. So everything is consistent with what Nedlands was trying to achieve.
So that answers that question. To the laneway, what are you referring? The right of carriageway, whatever is at the bottom, that proposed 10 meters. Did you do any swept path analysis for any trucks through there?
This is a good question. The truck movements through there are, well, there are not intended to be truck movements through there, at least not from an Audi perspective. Truck movements are always intended to be via Florence Road because that's how the existing design works. And we have no concept of how long it is before that laneway will be completed. So it'll be.
Are you talking about our trucks or other
Yes.
people's trucks?
I was talking generally, you're I'm trying to make the case to
General
reduce the 10 meters to 7 meters. The 10 meters obviously comes post this local planning policy 4.2 that's been adopted by the city. And the maximum trucks coming into and out of your side of 15.6 is specific to the core business that will be occurring on the subject site. It was just a question, how
No.
do any swept paths demonstrate that the 7 meters would be adequate? I'm assuming that you're not gonna have semis going through that lane, but if it's a public road, I don't know.
So what we looked at was the requirements for a laneway and how that would correspond to particular classes of vehicles. And the difference between this 7 meter right of way and the proposed 10 meter right of way is, from a carriageway perspective, nothing. There's never any question that this would be a 10 meter carriageway. It would always be a 7 meter carriageway. The additional space allocated is for other purposes.
So servicing and landscaping.
Yeah, servicing and landscaping, not for.
All right, so the actually traveling part of the carriageway, which actually is where you actually travel, would only ever be 7
It would
meters.
never be 7 meters under any.
In the context of the your suggestion that it should be reduced to 7.
Mhm.
Is it still a 7-meter carriageway or a 6.1-meter carriageway?
Still 7
Seven carriageway.
This is just, I just want to confirm that Woolworths, my understanding from the latest Woolworths approval,
Mhm.
there's no condition in there relating to Sterling Highway in Florence, and I'm happy to be corrected. This recent one was dated the 23rd of February, the 10th of February, 2023.
What does it require?
There doesn't seem to be a condition for the upgrade of Sterling and Florence. Are you aware of something different? I have also seen a throwaway remark from Main Roads saying it's got to be upgraded. So either by 80, 90, whichever comes first, which is kind of.
It's shown on their plans.
Yeah,
So
only
their
for-
plans
yep.
show the constructed median, and that formed part of the approval.
Are you talking about Nedlands Square?
Yep.
Shown on their plans, but is it conditioned that they are responsible for it? It doesn't appear to be conditioned that they're responsible for it.
It's accepted that is the case, and you can check with Nedlands as to whether.
Okay, that's fine. I just need clarification as to, okay, those are,
There's no condition for them being lane correct in using. Florence.
oh, that's a separate matter altogether.
I'll get onto that in the next slide.
That's fine. Go ahead. I'm done. Thank you.
So reason 2, the lane correct movement is just functionally less safe. And I know it seems perverse, but that is the case. When you have an environment where trucks and truck drivers are required to take up both lanes, they will. And the reason they will is because it is safer for all road users. They will take up both lanes because the alternative is that a truck will turn left at the same time as there's a vehicle in the outside lane. And that, if you're looking at an articulated vehicle, is something that the truck driver is trying to avoid at all costs. And it would not be safe for some poor uni student in their Nissan Micra to be sitting in the outside lane and to be in that position where they're squeezed between a hard median and a turning truck. So truck drivers, because they know what they're doing, don't do that. Irrespective of the design environment, we would anticipate that truck drivers would avoid that and take both lanes. They would do that on the inbound and the outbound. Some of the negative outcomes you get actually have to do with the rest of us. So if you've got a wide sweeping turn onto a road, you're generating an environment that's much more likely to create high-speed turning movements and much more likely to create an environment where pedestrians and other users are disadvantaged further. So what I put here is just to say, truck drivers are going to make this appropriate movement. That appropriate movement, taking up both lanes on the inbound and outbound, is entirely consistent with the road traffic code and their training. Third of all, it's also, you can see what we have on the right there is the already approved Nedlands Square outcome, and it shows their proposed swept path onto Sterling Highway from Florence Road, and they have a 12.5 metre truck, but it is taking both lanes because, again, that's the safe move. Because the nature of the smaller articulated vehicle proposed by Aldi, that swept path for the 12 metre rigid and the 15.6 metre Arctic are pretty similar. As you can see that the impact is basically the same. Last of all, it's inconsistent with state and local urban planning objectives. And I think, this is pretty close to my heart. I think we're all trying to create better urban environments. And particularly in this environment, which is supposed to be a neighbourhood centre, what we want is as tight a curb line as we can. We're trying to slow down traffic. We're trying to create better environments for walking and cycling. And this is written specifically into Nedlands policy on the Sterling Highway Activity Corridor. That we are trying to preserve an environment where we can manage pedestrians and create good quality spaces. Main Road's insistence on doing this lane correct manoeuvre, which isn't consistent with anywhere else on Sterling Highway, but it is consistent with Welshpool Road. The reason it's consistent with Welshpool Road is because there are no pedestrians, it's all trucks. And it's important to be able to do that in an industrial precinct, but pretty important not to do that in this denser urban environment. So I guess on the whole, I think creating this and allowing Main Roads to stipulate that this is the appropriate form for Sterling Highway. It creates a much worse outcome for everyone who's using it for what's essentially no effective gain, because truck drivers are going to do what they consider to be safety.
The only thing I'd add to that is that there's only one landowner limited to a 15.6 metre truck, and that's Audi. And because it's an as-of-right vehicle, any 19 metre truck coming up Florence Road one day can turn around that and make that turn anyway. But we're limited to 15.6 metre vehicles, and Audi's vehicles are all owned, salaried, and they can actually get the message out to the driver. So they have one, maybe sometimes two deliveries a day. So we're destroying this urban form, which we've created really hard. We're really hard to design a review panel to create this pocket park and this great outcome and everything. For a truck that's probably going to come at 2 a.m, we have to make a lane correct manoeuvre. For the rest of the time when we're enjoying that street environment, it's going to be a big, wide bit of extra tarmac, which is going to diminish the enjoyment of pedestrians and humans on the street, which is what we're trying to achieve. Amalgamation, condition 31 is a replication of the previous City of Nedlands condition. It was put there by Main Roads, but they're both the same purpose, so we don't see that being needed. And it's reverting back to condition 4, I believe, that was talked about earlier. Plan, we agree. Cities.
I had a question about this.
Oh, yeah, please.
Sorry, just 2 questions. Firstly, I disagree with what you said in terms of actual protocol. You obviously would have looked at crashes at that intersection, as you do. Was there any indication that the crash history at that intersection or the crashes at the intersection was reflective of trucks trying to turn out, particularly than turning in? I'm not overly concerned about that.
No, definitely. There is some crash history, and I guess going back to reason number 1, this design was originally put together by the City of Nedlands and Main Roads in response to a black spot application. And the main concern there was movements in and out, taking, well, I guess, competing over that kind of strip.
Turning right.
Yeah. So that central median island was put in to try and separate the flow.
Okay, so basically to mitigate the most critical movements, okay, and the black spot application was wholly unrelated, likely to trucks turning left. Okay, so that's,
The volume of trucks is very low, as you'd anticipate for a.
but there's nothing indicating that the present or even future circumstances would give rise to increased impacts on the risk profile of the public asset. Okay, second question. In your little tech note that was appended to your presentation, when you've done a swept path for, I'm not overly concerned about the inbound, it is what it is. Turning left out, you're shuttling both lanes. That's just the way it is. It's just a little bit more difficult to tell under the scenario. Okay. Did you do a swept path for a similar scenario that the Woolies did, like where they have the median in the middle? It is a very constrained road space along there, I appreciate, so they're gonna make best use of what they got to close it off. The image on the right has got the 12.5 meter HRV
Yes.
left out.
This one here? Sorry, I went to the screen. Is it that one there? That you-
Yes, it's that one, Jacob, on the right. Okay, did you do a similar exercise for yours, because it's a bigger truck?
Those are identical. So the truck on the left is the Audi truck, the 15.6 meter vehicle.
But did you do one with your truck that had the median in the middle?
No, I didn't. The median, Sterling Highway is a narrow road form. That median is essentially just closing over the existing painted median. It's not encroaching further into the road. Territory.
So the buffer from the wheelbase, which is the yellow line, because I know what that is slightly touching the median, but seeing that's about 300 mils, is that right?
So it's about 300 or 400 mils from the turn, the outside wheel to the curb line.
Okay. Under an alternate scenario, this truck is trying very hard to stay as lane correct as possible.
Yes.
Confirm that?
Yes, that is definitely, it is trying
If the
to.
truck was trying to avoid the median, they would tend to do a maneuver whereby they could try to get to the outside lane to try to give them as much space downstream as possible.
Yes.
Just want to confirm that, yes?
Yes. So this is essentially from this perspective, the worst case it is, because it maximizes the width.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Regarding the tenancies on the site, what delivery vehicles do you anticipate they'll be using?
utes, wouldn't it?
No, vans or very
Vans.
small, what's the smallest, rigid?
Yeah, 6.8 metre SRV is probably the largest vehicle that you see. So it's a very small truck.
For the bakery.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Because they none of those tenancies have their own dedicated dock, so anything that they deliver will need to be hand stacked and delivered through their shop front. So there's no benefit for them to have a large vehicle because they can't use manual handling equipment or trolley jacks or pallet jacks, etc. So they'll only be using small vehicles.
Yeah, 3-ton truck, I guess, is what you're envisaging in terms of size.
Thank you.
It is for what it's worth shown on this plan. You can see these hatch bays here. They're the two dedicated loading bays on street. With signposted loading only for whatever period of time, and so they'll have two spots for a van, that's a small rigid vehicle to use and then get their stuff in the shops.
Thank you.
Sorry, councillor Fergus Bennett, did you have questions at this juncture in relation to this matter?
Yes, I'd like to talk about the request to remove the noise management plan. So I've got some questions around that. These sites on Stirling Highway are zoned AC0, so they were intended to be mixed use sites with a significant proportion of residential, but this is now a completely commercial development, and we need to be careful not to forget that this directly borders existing residential properties, and on top of that, this area's been rezoned, and so the surrounding residential property may well end up being high-rise apartments that face onto and look down on these developments. And so it seems to me that a noise management plan that can deal with a whole bunch of unforeseen noises that might arise in the future from unforeseen combinations of different smaller retail offerings, that it just seems like a noise management plan is a good idea when you've got heavy commercial directly abutting existing residential properties where the residents have a right to quiet enjoyment. What is the problem with having a noise management plan to allow some way to resolve problems that are perhaps unforeseen at this time?
It's a very good question. The noise management plan itself wouldn't deal with future scenario planning. It doesn't, that's not how they work. But the EPA regs, which is law, do. So the onus is on the noise maker to resolve itself to any future noise source, which is why we have issues with, pubs being popular, people move up next to them, and then they have to start becoming less noisy because they have to rely on the noise, the need or sensitive receiving environment. So under law, if an apartment building gets built next to this, and Audi are breaking the EPA regs, this approval isn't a permission to continue to make as much noise as they want. That they will have to change their behaviour under that act, the Environmental Protection Act, and the subsequent regs, the consequential regs under that act, to make sure. So if that building gets built and they say we don't like the loading dock, it's too noisy, they can get noise loggers out and they can prove that this site is too noisy under the EPA regs, or the city can do it on their behalf. We, Audi, have to change our behaviour. So this future-proofs anything that happens on the site. A noise management plan would not do that.
I think state legislation doesn't cover things like a reticulated truck clipping the curb at 2 a.m. in the morning and having some difficulty getting into a narrow laneway. There are no noise regulations that cover that. The noise regulations don't cover traffic noise, the brakes of a truck, any of that kind of stuff. That's what a noise management plan is for, things that are not covered by legislation. Correct.
So we've already done that. So we're saying condition the plan we're prepared, because it does do that already. We're just saying the future scenarios aren't contemplated because they're endless. So there could be a billion different scenarios. But those sorts of things absolutely are already in our noise plan that we're prepared.
Yeah, we've done it. Yeah, just to be clear, we've prepared, an acoustic engineer has fully assessed our site based on all the intended activities, including background noise, and that assessment confirms that we comply with the EPA regulations. And you're just clarifying, Tim, that if there was future changes to surrounding, those would be addressed by EPA regulations at the time.
Yep. And it's tested based upon all the other different comparable stores that Aldi operates, so they know the sorts of noises that these things produce.
Okay, thank you, but it seems like the problem I described won't actually be managed by that, because is the intention that these trucks will arrive in the early hours of the morning to avoid traffic?
Correct. And that's what the noise assessment says is okay.
Yeah, but in reality, people who live next door to these kinds of loading docks, residential bordering commercial, they are constantly complaining about it. And when there is an absence of a noise management plan, the process of getting the cogs to turn to actually get somebody to read sound and do something about it it's torturous. So like what I'm looking for here is we do have existing residential, high value existing residential property. The transition is extremely harsh to go from heavy commercial to residential. They have an existing common law right to quiet enjoyment of their property. You can model and create scenarios for how.
Councillor, have you got a question there? Because we've got debate later on. Is there a question that you have to the applicant on that?
Oh, I don't think the previous answer was correct, that the noise management plan, an acoustic plan doesn't account for traffic noise caused by trucks driving on an open road. It's as simple as that. And so the question wasn't correctly answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant, do you have any further comments about the concern or the question raised about the gaps in the acoustic assessment and other associated noise?
Sure. I think just to clarify, there is a full acoustic report prepared and submitted. It sets out clearly the mitigation measures and noise attenuation measures that are required for the development to comply with the EPA. Those measures are included, including an acoustic attenuated sound barrier to the rear residential interface. So it is very deliberate in the sense that the assessment has modelled the noise. We've made mitigation measures to provide such that we can undertake deliveries in nighttime periods. So we're not saying that we're just intending to do deliveries at any time without any reason or basis. It's been contemplated, it's been factored in, it's been engineered, it's been designed. That's our response.
Thank you. Would you like to continue?
Yeah, so the construction traffic management plan, we're not opposed to that. We just think it falls into a normal construction management plan. So we think that condition 34 can be rolled into condition 6. Development within the primary region road reserve, where the city has had partial support of this in their regulation 13 note, but we're saying that no part of the development other than the approved landscaping, signage and awning, we still think the awning is the right outcome for the Stirling Highway. And then we've added a comment there saying in the event the land is acquired by main roads, we have 3 months to make sure there's nothing within the road reserve. What we are willing to try and appear to be easy. We are being helpful. The awning is a big deal to us because we have to do design review. We think it's a really important thing. And we've shown how we can actually design one which doesn't go into the road reserve. So on this plan here, you can see the awning that we've designed and how that encroaches into the future Stirling Highway Reserve, currently Stirling land. But we can easily do it so it comes within our land. We can design that. It's actually cheaper to build, and that's something we can completely accept. We just think it's a poor outcome. This is a vision of what we're trying to show, and the design review is supportive of. This is what it looked like without the awning. Again, this pocket park is really important to us because we think it's really important to the people that live around the area and to the urbanisation. The awning providing some utility, shade, all those sorts of things. Main roads design it, and we get that. So it's of no consequence to us other than it's just a pocket park. We're less successful and have less amenity. We cheaper to build, but we just don't think it's the right outcome. And again, I think the point is, how close is a truck going to be coming to the building in the future that awning is going to be a problem? It's clearly evident there's going to be a long way off that curb. The curb line's going to be far in. So we just think it's a good outcome. But we're not going to dive into each other. We're happy to accept a condition saying the awning to remain outside the Sterling Highway, future Sterling Highway, if that's seen to be the right outcome. Again, how you get it when you get a design review looking at that, and then how you design it when main roads become design review panel. We don't care.
So I note that's a question to you on condition 35, which we're referring to. Your commentary in terms of requested modification, at the end of that, there are two parts to it. That you modified the condition in red, and then you provide an alternate, should the awning be a concern, you'd accept a condition referencing the modified design of the awning to be entirely out. So they're
Correct.
two separate A and B, so to speak, from applicant request through modification.
Not purely, because it's not just the awning. There are these other smaller encroachments in here which form the retaining structure and the area for the pocket parks. So that would remain. It'd just be the awning, because main roads, they have to have the awning if we can have it designed so it can clip off if they needed to dig up some unknown surface or something and then clip back on again. We're not doing that. It's either there or it's not. But there's also, we've moved the tree inside our future land ownings, because previously it was documented being outside, so we don't want main roads to buy the land and just chop the tree down so that come in. So there are a few minor structures that would be within the road reserve, but upon main roads acquiring this land from Audi, Audi would have 3 months to actually remove any structure that extends into, which would literally be those small retaining walls.
So just to clarify, I think to your question, we are happy that with the condition that we will remove everything at the time the land is required and is required for
Including the awning.
Not the awning.
That's the issue. So we're saying the awning either needs to accept now that it stays and it's a permanent structure, or we've offered an alternative design. Everything else we accept that we can relocate or remove, but the awning can't be. We need a decision one way or the other.
Understand what you're saying? Okay.
Landscaping in primary regional road reserve. This is a condition, I can't remember where Nedlands agreed with this in their regulation 13 response. But we're saying that prior to occupation, the landscaping to be done and implemented. I make the point. This is when main roads designs road reserves for us. You've got trees in concrete slope wells. This is a beautiful MJA design building. Fantastic outcome along the Sterling Highway, except for the fact main roads are designed the landscaping area. And we just don't want to be part of that. We want to have a good outcome to our street. And when main roads buy land of us, they can chop all the trees if they want to. But for however long, they haven't shown any intention to do any of these Sterling Highway works for the time that they've reserved it. We would like the site to look good for a long time until maybe one day they decide and do the works, which we think is upon their current activities being demonstrated to be unlikely. So we just want to have a better outcome than that. And I love that building, but I just don't like that. Infrastructure and road reserve, this is the last condition, I think, but we just don't know what this means. We don't know if it just means the crossover that we're getting rid of that exists onto the Sterling Highway, or whether there's other infrastructure that might be like a pipe or a wire or some other sort of hard infrastructure. There's this subsurface below the road. We think that's unlikely. It's our land, so why would anyone have laid infrastructure within our site? But having said that, we don't mind. We're just saying prior to occupation, because the condition didn't have a timing to it, we think all conditions should have a trigger, so prior to occupation. Any redundant infrastructure relating to the development, right, as in relating to our site, within the portion of the site in the fair areas be removed. We don't know what verge make good means, because we're already proposing to landscape that in accordance with the plans, and we're very clear on what we want to do and achieving that. So we don't know what the verge being made good even means. We just think that's confusing, and all conditions should have clarity. Signs in the primary regional reserve, again, Nedlands have also agreed this condition could be deleted. There are signs, but they would go upon trigger of the previous condition saying everything has to come out of the reserve when main roads acquire land. There is also advice note H, which main roads, City of Nedlands has also agreed based on our noise management report. Thank you very much for bearing with us, a bit longer than 15 minutes, but I think it's important that we get through these conditions properly, and any residual conditions, questions, we're happy to answer.
Thank you. Panel members, we'll now go to questions for panel members to applicant's team. Is there any additional questions that panel members have at this juncture? Yes.
Just a quick one, to the applicant. The loading and servicing plan that LD does, is that taking into account vehicles generated by the other tenancies? Or is it just LD?
And obviously, as Tim articulated, the proposal is for loading for the other tenancies would be on street by those two.
So it doesn't include that?
With respect to swept paths or?
Well, no, I'm not concerned about that part, just in more in terms of the types of vehicles, specific times, loading and unloading delivery protocols, time periods, general demand over a typical week.
And look, the commercial reality is if we have a tenant that requires something above and beyond what we can accommodate with our proposal, if it's approved, then we won't be able to accommodate it and they won't be put in. So the development has effectively predetermined what type of users will be able to live with on-street loading. Does that make sense?
So no, it's not been included in that report.
They're not allowed third-party access to the dock. No one else is allowed to use the dock.
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm saying is if your report just relates to the Aldi component of the development, and given, I understand that it's the vast majority of the footprint and the demand, etc. My question was, there are other tenancies, and yes, I don't disagree, they're likely much smaller vehicles and they have just it's a different delivery regime, etc. But those demands have not been included in the document that was appended to the RAR or the work that Aldi has done. That's only been done specifically for the Aldi tenancy.
With regard to loading delivery procedures?
Just service loadings, the loading and servicing and delivery management plan, which is.
No, but it does speak to the specialty retail.
It does.
It does, yes.
Okay, it does talk about sort of the
Size.
numbers and the size and where you think they're probably gonna park, either on street if they're too big for the car park, etc. So,
Yes.
so it does. Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
I'm just going to ask about the management plans, and that's to do with the acoustics and the other one, the condition 16. These management plans, just from my experience as a councillor, by having a management plan, it gives the opportunity up front for you to be involved with those issues of compliance that are going to come up in the future. And I'm wondering why you're so resistant to that, because in my experience, it's better to have it up front than to, down the track, have a new lot of councillors being involved in all of the issues that spring out of this, and also the staff that manage it. It's very difficult for them to dive back in to approval processes and, your acoustic report. They just need something they can work to. And if you've had got the essence of that out there, it's a far better outcome. So I'm going to ask the staff the same question. Why do they want these management plans and how important they are? But I can just say, from being in the middle between all of this as a councillor, it's always better to have this a condensed or potted version of what's the intent of a very complicated lot of the DAP approvals, which no staff member can, or their management can dive into and interpret because it's so complicated.
I agree. We're not saying you shouldn't have a management plan. It's just saying we've already done it, and no one's raised the deficiencies with us of our loading, servicing, and delivery management plan. So we're not saying in what way, what further things would it say. No one's had that conversation with us. We think the plan, and as for acoustics, the acoustics has been accommodated in the acoustic report, which says if you do these sorts of things, it will comply, and that is being conditioned as well. So we're asking. We're not saying we shouldn't have these things. We're saying we've already done.
And to some respect, would be comfortable with a noise management plan that simply requested it follow what we've already submitted. What we're not looking for is another opportunity to readdress subjective opinions on noise in addition to an acoustic engineer's submission and details that we've already outlined. So if it was simply a condition to say the noise management plan shall reflect as per our submission, that's okay. What we don't want to do is readdress those all over again.
So you're saying you have got these management plans that are being asked for?
The delivery number condition 16 talks about delivery service and management plan. So that was we put that in with the last. I didn't reattach it, but last time we had the DAP, I attached the actual plan that we were seeking. Rather than we're saying don't have that condition the plan we've already done. So that specific report that's been done, condition that to say we have to be in accordance with that, because no one's raised us. We've been here for 5 months, to be honest. You know, there's been plenty of opportunities to talk about any deficiency of that plan. It's never been raised, so we don't believe it's deficient. So that plan should be conditioned. So we're saying that the plan we've done should be conditioned, not just do a plan because we've done it, and no one's raised any issues with it.
That's an acoustic report and a delivery and service delivery model and a waste management plan. There are 3 separate comprehensive reports,
and they all will form by this approval if conditioned in the way we're requested.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions at this juncture? I have one question. It's traffic again. I'm looking at plan that was in your submission, Plan A and Plan B, which is
In the
presentation. Yeah, your supporting presentation, you include Plan A and Plan B, and it shows shows the width of the laneway, 1.6 metre, 1.7.1. Could you just clarify, and I am reading the plans that I've got in front of me, again, it relates to the plan that's in the report, 18th of November. At its intersection at Florence Street, are the crossovers which service the lane and the partial crossover, or the crossover on the property, so there's 2 of them there, that service both lane, the trucks to Aldi, as well as access to the car park?
Yes.
Is there any difference on the plan in terms of location and width between the plan we've got on 18th of November 2024 in the 2 plans that we got as additional material? They look the same to me. Am I reading that?
I think the answer is yes, they are.
At its point of intersection?
They are identical.
at the junction to Florence.
Yes.
Same.
Yes, where it widens out.
Yes.
So on one plan, it shows the laneway coming in straight at 6 metres, and on the plan that's actually, it's Appendix A, it actually refers to as a laneway plans. Its reference is laneway plans in your attachment A. And it shows a widening out to 10 metres.
Yes.
But that is in the same configuration. And what I'm really getting to, do these 2 plans alter manoeuvring into the site to either the truck or the car parking?
No, there's no geometric difference between these. It's about the allocation of that right-of-way or easement through them. So,
but it's actually there are 2. Yeah, there's a right-of-way easement, and then there's the functioning of the spaces. And I wanted to clarify that.
And just to clarify, the only subtle difference is the line marking we have showed in that plan. This is how the line marking would direct traffic in the event the lane was a full thoroughfare, versus obviously we wouldn't direct traffic into that laneway in the event that it wasn't active as a lane. So there's subtle changes with the line marking proposed, but the geometry is not changed in terms of the intersection.
So that geometry is what you're proposing to build?
Yes.
From day one?
Yes.
Clarify that. That configuration may be slightly different line marking,
Correct.
but the physical elements.
Correct. Yes.
The construction elements. Okay, thank you. That's just seeking clarification. Any further questions at this junction? If there are no further questions, thank you. We now move to city officers and to traffic consultant on behalf of the city. City officers, do you have any comments you wish to make in relation to the RA, any additional material that you've provided, and or any response or comments to what you've heard so far in today's meeting?
Yep. In terms of the management plans, the loading and delivery management plan and the noise management plan, I think I understand the applicant's sort of contention that they've already provided the information and essentially they don't want to replicate it. I think that the delivery and loading procedures document that's been supplied, I suppose, is probably adequate. And I suppose the city could probably accept that condition be removed or yeah, well, essentially just removed with the provision that I think a noise management plan is prepared and provided, and it's probably for the reasons, a lot of the reasons that some of the counselors have touched on, and that it makes things more straightforward and simple in terms of compliance and day-to-day operation. And it also, I suppose, it will collate the measures that are outlined in the acoustic report without having to refer to the acoustic report, which includes a lot of analysis and background on the acoustic modeling, which is sort of irrelevant for the operation of the development as a whole. So I suppose that's a position or a comment from the city's perspective in terms of I really think it is quite valuable to have a noise management plan that addresses the operation. And even referring, there's been some discussion about what was or wasn't included with the Woolworths approval. The Woolworths approval had a condition for a noise management plan. I just think it's quite a standard requirement for sort of larger commercial developments.
And just to add from the city's perspective, and maybe a chance for Stephen to speak soon more on the traffic issues, but just to raise from the city's perspective, we consider the 10-metre wide lane, an important part of this development, that it's 10 metres, not 7.
Thank you. Steve, did you wish to speak from a traffic perspective?
Yes, thank you, presiding member. First of all, I can understand the confusion because I have previously been a traffic consultant giving advice to the city of Nedlands on traffic issues, but I'm actually employed by the city of Nedlands now, and my title is Coordinator Transport and Development. So I'm a city of Nedlands employee. Just wanted to say a few words about the two conditions that we've been discussing quite a bit here today, which is condition 28 and 29. I won't say too much, but I'll try and get to the point fairly quickly. In relation to condition 28, the point that I wanted to make is that the Florence-Sterling intersection needs to be modified to be a left-in, left-out. I believe from what I've heard today that is essentially happening because of a center median being built on Sterling Highway as one of the conditions of the Woolers development. I wasn't around, so I don't know if that is true or not. But that intersection does need to be made into a left-in, left-out. And it's necessary not only from the traffic from Aldi or Woolies, or especially for both developments when they're fully operational, because you're going to have people coming to visit these supermarkets from quite a distance away, up to 5 kilometers away, who may not be familiar with the local road network, and they may try to do silly things, like they may try to make that right turn out of Florence onto Sterling Highway, unless they're prohibited from doing so by a median. So I don't know who pays for it, but from a traffic safety perspective, I believe that it's essential that that intersection is a left in, left out. That's all I wanted to say on condition 28. On condition 29, again, it's pretty simple. And the main point I'm going to make here is that despite all of our desires for a good, urban design outcome here, the fact is that Sterling Highway is a controlled access highway in the metropolitan region scheme, which is the highest level of road classification in the metro region scheme. Now, we can argue whether Sterling Highway should or shouldn't be a red road, controlled access highway, but it is, and that's a fact. And so when Main Roads talks about, turning radii for heavy vehicles to and from Sterling Highway, we have to go along with that, because it's their road, it's a controlled access highway, and that's basically it. So I have some sympathy for the urban design considerations, but I believe that livable neighborhoods, it's been pointed out by Main Roads that livable neighborhoods doesn't apply to intersections with controlled access highways. So that's all that I was going to say, unless anyone has any other specific questions that I could attempt to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I've got a question.
Yes.
In regard to condition 28, there's already a condition on the adjoining development to modify that intersection. And we're going to put the same condition on this development. Is that correct?
I don't know is the answer. Perhaps my planning colleagues can help me out with this one, because I wasn't here when the conditions on the Woolies development were put in place.
Okay, well, I'll ask that of them, and then I'll ask a question on 29 of you as well.
Sure.
The planners, is there a condition on the Woolworths development to construct that central median?
I actually haven't yet found it. I'm actually looking at the Woolworths approval right now. There's several conditions about road safety audits that need to be conducted, and potential alterations to the road network that result from those audits, and those haven't been undertaken yet because they're triggered by the substantive building permit, which hasn't yet been cleared by the city or issued by the city. In terms of a condition that actually mimics or mirrors the one that's been recommended for this approval, or rather this application, I actually haven't found it yet. So I'm not sure if even the applicant knows if that condition, what the wording is or which number it is for 80 Sterling Highway, but I might actually have to just get back to you on that in a few minutes. I can keep looking through the document.
Do their plans show that they have to construct the median there? Woolworths?
I'll just bring it up.
Have they commenced development yet?
They've commenced forward works.
So they've commenced development?
Essentially, yeah. Yes.
You've got a building license?
Partially, yeah.
Okay. So we don't know whether that's median's going to be constructed or not by Woolworths.
So their site plan does show a median in the Sterling Highway road.
And that's their approved building plans?
That's the approved planning plans, yeah.
So that means that they have to build it? In the absence of this development, would they have to construct that median?
From what I can see looking in front of me right now, I'm not sure, because I can't find an actual condition that compels that. All I can see is a median outside of the lot boundaries, which the development approval isn't issued for anything outside of the lot boundaries, but a condition might require those works, but I can't find a condition at this stage.
Okay, and in regard to condition 29, the end result of that would be that they would have to redesign that intersection and open it up to get that 15.6 metre vehicle out, is that correct?
Yes, that, to my knowledge, yeah.
And they would lose, well, they'd lose the pocket park essentially, wouldn't they?
Well, probably not the entire pocket park, but perhaps a portion of it.
Or they'd have to restrict the width of the footpath.
Yes, potentially. Yep.
And that's an acceptable outcome for council?
I think that the argument of the sort of urban design, I guess, positive urban design is definitely compelling, but I think at this stage the city's position is that the safe vehicle maneuvering is paramount.
The council designed that intersection with main roads. Did they not accept that swept path would take vehicles out of Florence onto the inner carriageway?
I'll be honest, that was well before my time here at the city, so I'm actually not sure what was considered at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Yes.
Two questions to the planner. Condition 27, which the applicant is requesting to delete it. It's one of those standard conditions that basically requests the applicant cede an amount of their frontage along Sterling Highway free of cost. And then there was obviously some debate and discussion in relation to whether or not it was needed and will it be agreed to in the future, et cetera. Is there any reason why this condition is worded this way when for the applicant over the road, number 80 Sterling Highway on the 9th of May had the same condition levied on them in 2023, Form 2 lodged to change that condition, and that condition was actually changed to 1 meter and then to protect the rest of that land into the future to protect the option at such time main roads actually needed it for road improvements. Why the difference?
Are you asking why there's an approval issued for the Woolworths development that is different to the condition that's recommended here? Is that the question?
Yes. Yes. Why?
Sure. Yeah. To my knowledge, is because I think at the time the DAP that made that approval felt, I suppose, that the need and nexus wasn't sufficient to see the entirety of the land.
Which time? In the amended approval for 80 Sterling Highway at the Nedlands Square?
Yes,
Or
yeah, in 2023, yeah.
Okay, because it's the exact same wording. So I'm just wondering for the reasoning behind it, if it's just boilerplate or if there's actually a reason that that's been requested.
Like I assume it's boilerplate. I mean, this is a condition that's been recommended by Main Roads. And
Okay.
so, yeah.
Okay, now, just following on from my colleague's question in terms of condition 28. The council, I really need clarification in terms of, sorry, I'm not gonna make a request, I'm gonna ask a question. So there hasn't been any confirmation with respect to the financial and delivery responsibility associated with the changes to Sterling Highway and Florence Road?
In terms of the financial responsibility, my understanding is that, I mean, Main Roads considers it to be just the obligation of the landowners to decide or come to some sort of agreement as to who completes the works. Well, that does sort of imply that Woolworths are compelled to complete the works. So
There's nothing in any of the approvals associated with the 80 Sterling Highway development that actually states that they bear any responsibility whatsoever for the changes to that intersection. It's shown nominally on their plans, but it's shown nominally on a lot of different plans. There's not a condition in there that says that. I've compared the Main Roads conditions for that development to this one. Some of them are the same and boilerplate, et cetera, like you say. That one has only been levied on this particular development, despite the fact that during the discussion with the traffic consultant, they clearly stated it's like a 50-50 split in terms of future load on that intersection. So has council actually questioned that? And I guess maybe this is directed to Steve. In looking at the traffic, has council actually apportioned the future demands, increased demands at that intersection to one landowner or another?
Not that I'm aware of, Heidi. Unfortunately, I haven't been with council long enough to have been involved with any of the Woolies development approvals or the traffic impact assessments. As you know, I was involved in doing some work for Nedlands many years ago, but that was a previous DA. That was like 6 or 7 years ago. So what has happened in the interim, I do not know.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Yes.
Thank you, officers. I'm referring to the response to R13, where I think 19 conditions have been challenged by the conditions. With these, I've just noted that in your responses, about 7 of them you conceded or agreed to, so that you agree with the proponents or accept it. 8 of them you do not accept, and then there's 4 that you're sort of sitting on the fence. So my question is, what comments have you got on those ones that you're sitting on the fence, or any of them, given what the proponents have said today? Have you changed from what's in this response to the R13? And could you give us a concise direction as to what you would like to do with each of these conditions? Because the proponents have gone by condition, each condition. Can you give us a summary of what your recommendation is now?
Sure. I guess I can only sort of guess as to which conditions you're referring to where we're on the fence. I assume that maybe one of them might just be the first condition, which is or the first raised condition, which is condition number 4. Although perhaps not, because essentially the city's satisfied that an agreement that limits the site to 1 vehicle access point is acceptable in lieu of the amalgamation of the lots.
Condition 4,
yes, condition 4. Yes, that's right.
So drop that. You're happy for what they're saying there?
Yes. Well, as in it can be imposed. A legal agreement, yeah, should be imposed, or the option to pursue a legal agreement should be part of the condition that limits vehicle access.
So condition 5, you want to stick to that? You want that?
As the director highlighted, condition 5, the city's position, I suppose, is that the laneway should be 10 meters in width.
Condition 6, you're dropping?
Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
just on condition 5, if you go for a 10-metre laneway width, does that mean they have to pull up some of their infrastructure that they're proposing in that laneway?
They would need to alter the plan, I would expect, over the current plan. There's not too much in that zone at the moment. There's just some car parks and a couple of tanks. I
think they're fire tanks, so that they might have to redo the whole plan.
It's worth it to get that extra width into the laneway. So the city feels that that's an important aspect to pursue, and it's being raised today because of that importance. We feel that the semi-trailer access, potentially other vehicles, shoppers, the combined Aldi store plus the Woolworths store once they're both in operations will be a congested area.
Thank you.
Just on that, please, I've got a question. It's exactly follow up from that. I've heard today, and the material we've got provided has talked about the lane width and the carriageway being the surfaced portion. I understand that the applicant has indicated they are amenable, if I use that language, to the provision of an access way, and again, it's a very generalised language I'm using, of 7 metres to facilitate movement in both directions of vehicles. I note that the city talks about 10 metres in the context of other things that may go in there. Can you clarify further that I am familiar with many laneways that are less than physically 7 metres in total and include services as well as two-way movement? What is the criticality for the 10 metres that the city's raising specific concerns about that? And I'm not sure if it's yourself or whether it's Stephen that would need to comment on that. I'm trying to get in my head clarity as to why 10 metre width as an access way is significant for the city.
So from a planning perspective, we see it as a potential pinch point for congestion, especially with semi-trailers and the loading dock being at the rear of the property as well, and that there will be potentially that movement plus shoppers and other vehicles, or you only need one car parked at the time for traffic to bank up. So we feel that the extra width would be a positive for circulation for the development overall, and potentially also an access point out onto Dalkeith Avenue where you can access the traffic lights and be able to turn left and right. Stephen, if there's anything, you're the traffic expert. If there's any...
I would just add that we all know there's a trend towards larger vehicles on our roads. I mean, 20 years ago, or when the livable neighborhoods guidelines were developed, everyone drove in sedans and hatchbacks, and now sort of 2/3 of the vehicles on the road are SUVs and utes and mega trucks, and vehicles are getting wider and bigger. And so, you know, the wider the laneway, the narrower the laneway is, the higher the probability for vehicular conflict and collision. A wider laneway will also provide better sight lines. And so those are primarily the reasons why a wider laneway is preferred. You know, parking spaces that have been designed years ago for smaller vehicles are no longer large enough to accommodate the new vehicles using our roads. And so, unfortunately, you know, wider is better than narrower in this context.
Thank you. So what is the required width, not of the carriageway? I understand the carriageway, we're talking about a 7 metre. What is the required width, either here on road, of a lane? Because I'm sure I'm driving up and down roads that are less than 7 metre carriageway that include all vehicle movements. Can you clarify something I'm missing in that conversation?
Look, I'm not an expert on lane widths, so you know, you could say historically that 3.5 meters has been a standard width for a lane, and you know, Heidi and Jacob, you can both offer an opinion on this issue. But when you have wider vehicles, bigger vehicles, like, I mean, okay, we don't expect any buses to use this laneway, but buses sometimes struggle to operate within a 3.5 meter width. Some heavy vehicles are wider than that. And of course, as I mentioned, the trend towards larger vehicles generally on our roads being driven by normal everyday people to and from the shops.
Thank you. Can I just at this, sorry, can I just at this juncture, can I ask Jake?
Yes.
Could you answer my question? Is there a specific, again, I'm talking about the bitumen part of a road. Is there a specific requirement for laneway, a minimum of a laneway, or some information about that?
So under livable neighbourhoods, which I guess is a good guideline for what a laneway should do, since they're pretty
Sorry,
much.
not the laneway, sorry, I should have said the.
Surface.
A road carriageway.
No, I'm trying to get the actual,
Carriageway.
no, not even the carriageway, the actual lane, you
The
know.
reserve.
No, the actual lane, if you get dual carriageway, what's the width of the lane?
What's which
itself?
of an
So-
individual lane?
So you've got, you know, the carriageway, you drive down any of the roads, you've got the verges, and then you've got the physical carriageway.
Yes.
That creates dual two-way movement. What is that combined with? And what is the minimum
Minimum.
of any,
Okay, historically, what livable
is that
neighbourhoods.
set in a specific piece of legislation?
That's a very good question, because if we look at the way we've changed road design over the last 10 years, that goes from what we used to do in the past, which had probably 5.5 metres minimum carriageway width, which gives you 2.75 for each lane. Those wouldn't be line marked, but that's what you'd be allocated. Over recent years, Department of Transport has developed all these safe active streets. And for those, you have a minimum functional width of 4.7 for both lanes of traffic. So
For all movements of vehicles?
for all movements of vehicles, they tend not to put them on streets that would have buses or large quantities of heavy vehicle movements. But that kind of resets what we see as the absolute minimum carriageway width and corresponding lane width that you could
So
apply.
you're not talking about those little tiny streets, a regular street?
A regular street, you'd mostly be looking at between 2.75 and probably 3.2 metres for a standard, it's like an access street C or D. And then if you're looking at something that had more volume, it gets bigger as you go up. But you know, probably we're still looking at 3.5 metre lanes for everything below an integrator level road.
Is that width of lane, and does that relate to type of vehicle and speed of vehicle?
Type and speed, predominantly speed, I think is the fair assumption. Most vehicles are under 2.5 metres wide. That's everything from trucks, you know, downwards. So buses are a little bit wider because the wing mirrors, but almost everything fits within a 2.5 metre width. And that makes sense because we have trucks that fit our lanes, and our lanes are a certain dimension. So for something like a laneway, where you would anticipate your design vehicle is a single waste collection truck, that's how most laneways are created. Historically, local governments and state governments have been willing to allow a 6 metre width, clear width, but between vertical obstructions. So you have a fence at the lot boundary at both sides with, historically, that was 6.01 metres for weird legislation reasons. That I have been recommending going to 7 metres, which is consistent with the carriageway width proposed here, because it gives more flexibility for waste trucks to operate while you have traffic on the opposite direction. But strictly speaking, everyone can negotiate a 6 metre laneway safely in a single direction where they're not making turns within the lane. And where you have turns, you need corner truncations, and level neighbourhoods and area design guidelines cover those.
So you had a question.
Just in terms of suburban streets, I'm familiar with a lot of them, of course, and they tend to be 6 metres.
6 metres, 6.4 and 7.2 are pretty standards. The 7.2 metre roads are designed for on-street parking. That's why they're wider. Yeah.
Can I just make one point? Sorry. From a planning board perspective, the policy, there's Nedlands' own policy talks about a 10 metre laneway that actually says the laneway shall have a total width of 10 metres, including a 3 metre wide infrastructure and landscaping and servicing strip. So their own policy isn't asking for anything wider than a 7 metre carriageway for roads. It's about the landscaping, which we have. We have the trees and we have the lighting, and all those things will already be within the wider part. We're providing it exactly in accordance with the policy. It's just that 3 metres will remain our land, and we'll plant our own trees.
Thank you.
Okay. Directed at council, maybe Steve, Jacob. Laneway is not, first of all, I think we can all agree. Question is, can we agree that it's not going to be like a normal street, if you like? Council? The intent isn't for this laneway to be like a normal street with conventional frontage?
It's meant to be, if it gets built, which we hope it will, it's going to be an access way for traffic, largely for Woolworths and Aldi traffic to make their way to and from Dalkeith Road to get access to the signalized intersection with Sterling Highway.
So the intent is not to have direct development frontage on the south side, I guess?
The planners may be able to answer that, but I don't think there's going to be any sort of driveway access
Okay,
or.
which brings me to my next question. If I don't think there's a dispute here that the intent is to have 7 meters of carriageway. So basically road space, traveling space, however you want to call it. There's a whole bunch of different names, and a 3-meter residual strip to accommodate services and landscaping and etc. It's not clear in the policy from what I can see, but I suppose it's vague and ambiguous enough to allow for, is the city's intent to allow for direct frontage development on the south side of that laneway?
Not on
Driveways, carriages?
not certainly not on the Aldi site. No.
All right, so then we revert back to, and it's not clear in that policy because that's not the purpose of it. What does the city see as the function of that road? I think, Steve, you've largely answered that question. My understanding is it's intended to be a reliever to some extent to allow for a more efficient distribution of traffic from, let's just for all intents and purposes, both developments per se, if they're going to be bleeding to the west, if you like, or south, whatever direction that is, towards Dalkeith Road, in order to try to minimize the overall impact on amenity on the local street network, because it is what it is. It's just a permeable grid in an older area, etc., to allow for safe and efficient direct access to Sterling Highway. So basically the primary intent of that laneway is to allow for distribution of traffic to the west while avoiding Sterling Highway, presumably.
It's kind of like a service road, Heidi, and it's the way I see it is allowing traffic to get to Dalkeith Road Drive easier, because without that laneway, any traffic that wants to make that northbound right turn onto Sterling Highway is going to have to go around the block, get onto Dalkeith, and then make the right turn. And so it's a shortcut it's a service road to allow traffic to get to Dalkeith Drive quicker and easier, rather than, more friction on Sterling Highway.
Notwithstanding, the 7 meters, it looks like it's, don't think anybody in this room disagrees. So I guess want to confirm with the city, 7 meters would be the carriageway, which is the traveling space for vehicles. 3 meters would be non-traveling space. It'd be for other purposes, correct? There's no intent to actually have it wider than 7 meters in terms of the carriageway itself, in the context of the policy?
In the context of the policy, yeah, that's true. Yes, what Tim pointed out as well was true.
Okay, so the 3 meters on top, making it 10, which is what the city's recommended, is for the purposes of verge landscaping at the rear of something, because there's not going to be, can you confirm that because there's no frontage, then it would actually be reverse frontage on the southern side of that laneway?
It might also be required for access for larger vehicles. So it's possibly not, we're not able to say at this point in time whether it would just be all landscape and services. So one of the issues is the loading dock backs onto this laneway, and once you get the mixing of semi-trailers and other vehicles, the city feels that the extra width would be required. So basically this access way or laneway or whatever you want to call it will be servicing both developments. Now we should be thinking of Woolworths and Aldi. I know it's just the Aldi gap that we're talking about today, but in essence the traffic movements will be across both sites. And traffic from both sites will be looking for a way of doing a right-hand turn out of this development. And that will be via this laneway by and large, including the semi-trailers, out onto Dalkeith Avenue and to turn right at the traffic lights.
Can you not restrict the commercial vehicles off that laneway by signposting? And what's the width of the carriageway on the Woolworths side?
I think restricting, look, I'm not the traffic expert, but I think
It doesn't matter. I mean, you can restrict it by signposting.
You can, however, I think it's.
Okay, anyway, you can do it. Okay, well, we won't debate it, but you said you can. What's the width of the carriageway on the Woolworths side?
It's approximately 6.8 meters.
Approximately or exactly?
Well, I suppose exactly. Well,
Okay,
I'd say approximately.
Thank you. We're chewing up a lot of time on some detail that we don't know about, but yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to ask, we've got Fergus Bennett on. Would you have got some questions?
Thank you. Yes. I recall earlier in the presentation, we were looking at some swept paths of semi-trailer trucks going around intersections. Now, this is my question to the city officers. Isn't it useful to conceptualise that swept path problem when we're entering and exiting these laneways? And as we saw in the swept path of trucks going around corners, they quite often need to drift into other lanes, perhaps even mount curbs on occasion. And so my question is, isn't the full 10 metres necessary to allow the best chance for a swept path that doesn't unnecessarily interact with the other lane? And the 3 metres of extra reserve, couldn't that be potentially a mountable footpath that trucks can mount when their swept path is problematic? But also a second part to this question is, isn't this easement or laneway or whatever it is fully accessible to the public? So there may well be pedestrians and cyclists going through there, all part of the mix. I mean, it may not be a full laneway or a full road, but is it not fully publicly accessible? So you'd still need to worry about the interaction between all those different people?
Yeah, I would just respond to the first part of your question is yes. The second part of your question is, yeah, there's nothing to stop pedestrians and cyclists for also using the laneway.
Okay, so that easement may actually be needed for footpath and even lighting for nighttime.
Potentially.
Okay, thank you. And I've got another question for the city officers. Didn't the Woolworths conditions of approval have a truck size restriction and also delivery times restriction?
Yeah, it definitely did have a truck size, a delivery truck size limit, yeah, of 12.5 meters. And in terms of the delivery time, off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure. I'm just looking at it now. I don't believe that it was I don't believe it was included as a condition of approval, but it's almost certainly included in the loading, servicing, and delivery management plan.
Okay, thank you. So, but there would, so the absence of that condition is because there's a difference between the delivering and loading procedures. Woolworths didn't ask to have deliveries in the early hours, whereas this development proposes no restrictions for when deliveries come.
Essentially, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, though the Woolworths did have a restriction in the form of a development approval condition in the waste collection hours.
Okay, thank you. Can I foreshadow a condition around that, which I asked for the city officers' help for wording it, and it will be along the lines of delivery trucks to operate, delivery trucks to not operate between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. If you could word that together for me as a foreshadowing for later on in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Yes.
Yes, councillor, you've been.
Yes, sorry,
You usurped your time, which I apologise for.
Yeah, I was asking about those conditions that were unclear as to where council, where the officers sit, but I particularly want to ask about condition 31. It says the city is satisfied to amend the condition as per the applicant's request, provided condition 4 is included. So can you just so you're actually saying take out condition 4, but then to satisfy 31, you're saying to include it. So can you just clarify there what you want to happen for condition 31 if you've agreed to take out condition 4?
Well, sorry, I guess the position is not to remove condition 4. I think it's, and I think the applicant's contention is that those conditions are essentially the same. They both call for the amalgamation of lots. But I think that the city's position is that only one condition is needed, and that condition can simply state the lot should be amalgamated, or a legal agreement should be entered into that requires the site to be operated sort of all 3 lots to be operated as one site with only one vehicle access point to the site in perpetuity.
So it's main roads that are really the ones that are pushing for this amalgamation.
Yeah.
So what's the city's position? Do you have any authority or legal stance to insist? Can main roads out trump you in drop saying you want to drop this condition, or you're okay to drop it when they don't want to make the decision?
I think main roads, their concern is if the lot is sold, that the next buyer could seek the additional crossovers to Stirling Highway, which they don't want. So they want it dealt with in finality right now, up front.
That legal agreement would be registered on title, the titles of the lots.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any further questions?
Quick ones. The laneway, can the city confirm if that's going to be a public road?
I'm not sure if it'll actually become like a gazetted public road, but it will have an easement for public access. But that's the intention.
Right, thank you. The other question is either the city or the applicant's traffic consultant can request, when and if that laneway is constructed, is there any intention for the Aldi trucks to utilize that laneway? The loading dock, my understanding is faces onto Florence, correct? Okay.
No intention to use the lane.
No intention to access the loading dock directly from the laneway. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions at this juncture? If not, we are moving to the agenda. There is a recommendation at the beginning of the agenda, recommendation for approval. There is also documents been provided by applicant for a series of conditions which we've been discussing today, as well as an R13 provided by a response provided by the city in relation to a number of those conditions. There is a lot of matters to cover in today's meeting. And so I'm going to deal with the RA recommendation, if we get that on the table. Any condition changes depending on the outcome of a RA recommendation will be dealt with essentially individually rather than grouping together, so we can get clarity for both ourselves, applicant, as well as minute taker for today's meeting. So I'm going to ask for a mover of the RA recommendation as written. Is there a mover of the RA recommendation? It is moved, Councillor Fergus Bennett. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? It is seconded. Councillor Kerry Smythe. Would the mover like to commence the discussion on the matter? So are you on silent? Can we?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, firstly, I'd just like to foreshadow my intention to move that amendment that restricts the delivery trucks during sleeping hours. But first of all, this is a development that's much anticipated by the community, and I think with a cost of living crisis, people are looking forward to a greater selection of shopping destinations. Having said that, this will be a shopping destination. It won't simply be for local shopping residents. I think people will be attracted from a large distance, and that will increase the traffic and parking demand. And I think perhaps that aspect of it has been underestimated. This site is an AC0 zone site. It was intended to be mixed use with a residential component. However, now, along with the Woolworths site, these two very expansive sites will have a zero residential component at all. Now, that may make it susceptible to thinking that this is some heavy commercial area and that things like noise and odors and light and even as the visual amenity of it doesn't need to be considered carefully, when that's actually completely incorrect. This is a heavy commercial site that is being proposed in an existing developed residential area. And it's also been upzoned. This area could quite easily have, well, to the north, fronting onto Stirling Highway, the surrounding sites could have 20-storey apartment blocks looking down on these two commercial sites. But in the more residential area further south, there's still the possibility for 5-6-storey R80 type apartments. So this very much is a residential corridor, and the amenity of the people both there now and in the future does really need to be carefully considered. I very much support the retention of noise management plans. I very much support no meddling at all to the main roads conditions, as problematic and strange as some of them might seem. They do have authority on what happens on their road, and I think it's possibly even a risk to a challenge in the State Administration Tribunal if we meddle with those what's been requested by main roads. Finally, I think, yeah, everyone will be happy to have this development constructed quickly with as least disruption as possible. But in the long term, the noise management plan is important, and the amendment that I've proposed to restrict heavy vehicles arriving during sleeping hours is also necessary because, as I said, these existing residents do have a common law right to quiet enjoyment of their property, and an acoustic report can never quite capture the out of hours sound of strange truck noises like brakes and all of those kinds of sounds are never quite captured in an acoustic plan. But when you're living right next door to a laneway with heavy trucks driving through it, a noise management plan and restrictions on these kinds of heavy vehicles is pretty much the only protection these people have. So, as I said, I'd like to move that amendment that I asked the city officers to help word for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the seconder, we have no suspension of standing orders, so I will immediately go to your requested amendment. If you can get some clarity, if we can have some clarity from city officers, the words I have taken down have been a quick get at what you've talked about, which is, I understand, is the new condition for waste collection to be limited to, or to not occur between 11 and, I can't find the exact words.
No.
And 7
Yeah,
a.m.
but just to clarify, no, that the waste collection will be covered under the city's waste collection policy, so that doesn't need any further conditions. But the condition I'm talking about is heavy delivery trucks arriving between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. and I've chosen those times just basically they're the sleeping hours that people expect not to be woken up.
Okay, so the amendment that you would like, Amendment 1, is a new condition that no heavy delivery trucks to the site between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m.
Yes.
Is that
Sorry,
or-
presiding member, I just question the wording heavy. That's a bit uncertain. I think if we're going to ask for restrictions on particular type of vehicles, I think we need to be specific, councillor. Do you agree?
Yes, there's other conditions that refer to heavy vehicles. So I can amend it to heavy vehicle delivery trucks.
Is there a seconder for Amendment 1? And for the Kerry Smythe. And just for the minute taker, I've got Amendment 1, new condition, no heavy delivery trucks.
Vehicle delivery.
Sorry, heavy vehicle delivery trucks between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. The second, I'd like to speak to Amendment 1.
I support this because the conditions that have been spoken about do not cover this noisy delivery. And whether it's heavy vehicles and all their noise, but also small vehicles can also be very noisy as well. So whether that condition is enough to cover all kinds of, so I believe the management plan, the acoustic management plan, noise management plan will cover that as well. So this is reinforcing that component.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on Amendment 1?
I'd speak against the amendment. I'm not quite sure. I mean, if you're talking about restricting access to the site for service vehicles, let's call them service vehicles, then that would also include waste vehicles servicing the site. So I'd rather use the word service vehicles if you're looking at restricting access to the site. I'm not sure whether...
I'm happy to change to that if you...
Yeah. I'm not sure whether the adjoining site has got similar restrictions. Did we find whether they have or they haven't?
Sorry, you're asking about restrictions on delivery vehicles or all?
Times of delivery on the adjoining site.
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Well, it's a bit, so I'll speak against it. If the adjoining site has no restrictions on deliveries, then I just think it's arbitrary to impose a condition on this particular development. The other thing about the area to be developed around it, there'll be heavy vehicles and service vehicles and waste vehicles coming and going. But I mean, if we're going to arbitrarily put a condition on this development, then I'm speaking against it. I think it's the wrong way to do it. I think if you're trying to maintain an amenity in an area, then it should be shared by all undertakings in the area. And I just think it's unfair on this development to do that.
I will speak to the condition amendment. I don't support the amendment for the following reasons. The proposal is in a mixed use area, and there is a lot of noise generally that can occur in any particular area. Applicant has provided an acoustic report that talks about the proposal, and there's been some discussion about where the regulations start and finish in relation to noise management. I'm not comfortable that we are starting to arbitrarily put in additional provisions that would make it very difficult for either party, be it either city and or applicant, to understand what is in fact the measure for them. In addition, the proposal includes a noise treatments on the boundary, mitigation action on the boundary to manage noise. And finally, the proposal incorporates a laneway that has been requested as part of a broader strategic positioning, and in the absence of such a laneway, there would be opportunities for greater intensification of noise measures on that boundary to benefit the applicant site, but there has been a strategic discussion around broader benefits within the community for an access laneway. So for those reasons, I don't support having these additional conditions. If there are significant noise events that are causing problems, there is legal mechanisms either through the city or through the noise regulations. And those areas where the noise regulations don't cover, then I believe that the acoustic report has also covered additional elements to address those. So I can't support this proposed amendment. Any further speakers? Yes.
I'm going to speak against the amendment, a couple of reasons. From a noise perspective, the ambient noise levels on Sterling Highway are going to be significantly higher on a regular basis than any noise generated by the generally infrequent truck traffic over the course of a week. I'm satisfied that the applicants provided an attached servicing and delivery management plan addresses the outstanding issues. I don't think it's either from a noise perspective or from an operational perspective, it's going to have any impact on the amenity in the area. So I'll speak against it.
We move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate on Amendment 1.
Thank you. Yes, the Woolworths development does have a restriction on their delivery times because it was discussed in council meetings and discussed in the DAP meeting when we approved that site. It was written into their delivery and loading procedures, and so therefore it wasn't needed to have an explicit condition such as this put in place. So to not put this restriction that I've proposed here would be actually favouring Aldi and giving Aldi an approval which is less restrictive than what Woolworths has proposed. We are already allowing them to use heavy vehicles when Woolworths has said they will restrict the size of their vehicles. And Woolworths has also said they will restrict deliveries out in those particular sensitive hours. So in terms of consistency, this condition is actually completely reasonable compared to Woolworths, but also necessary because, as I said, the background noise of traffic running along a highway is very different to the noises made by a semi-trailer truck turning round sharp corners and unloading and things like that. That's a very different kind of noise which wakes people up abruptly in the middle of their night. And it's not covered by any noise regulations. Those kinds of traffic noises from a heavy delivery truck in the middle of the night is not covered at all. And it's up to us as the decision-making body to ensure that those kinds of problems are managed. This is not just a heavy commercial development site with no considerations. This is a residential development corridor that's intended to have thousands of people living around it, and it's only reasonable to have the sleeping hours of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. protected so that people can get a good night's sleep, completely uninterrupted, and so this commercial enterprise can operate harmoniously with the neighbours around it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right of reply has been had. We are now going to the vote on Amendment 1. All those in favour? Against? It is lost 3-2 for the minute taker. We move back to the mover. Sorry?
It's lost 2-3.
Lost
2-4.
3-4-2 against.
3 against, 2-4. We move back to the mover for continuation. Do you have any other comments on the substantive motion or any other amendments you wish to move?
No, just as I've said, there's a lot of conditions that have been proposed to be changed here. A lot of them are main roads conditions, which I would be reluctant to start meddling with those. Many of the others are quite reasonable protections that will assist the local government managing the operations there. So as I said, I'm in favour of just approving what the city has proposed in the RAR. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak to the substantive motion?
Yes, thank you. I'm really looking forward to this progressing and this whole area being a destination for the area at the moment, with both the Woolworths site and the Aldi site being demolition sites. The area is fairly dead, and the community needs destination. It has proved to be over the years a complex situation, with the Stirling Highway being the regional corridor, and I suppose the conceptual idea of using laneways to turn the back on Stirling Highway and use the laneways as the movement for the community is why that 10 metres has been included, and using the 7 metres for the carriageway and the 3 metres as a buffer has always been in the concept of that whole area. The city has over the years made the acquisition of the sump that goes on to makes the connection through to Dalkeith Road, and that is a contribution that the city will be making to connect the whole area and facilitate the traffic flow for the advantage of the businesses that are there and for the advantages of the community. So I think it's really important that we don't look at this in isolation, whether it's the laneway or the intersection or any of those amenities all come together to make this a successful commercial area, and how that commercial area interfaces with the residential area is all about making this a great place to be. And if all of these things work together, then it's going to be successful for everyone. So I really look forward now to us working through the conditions and for everyone to try and think of the greater good of how this is going to work and how this is going to be a successful area, rather than just the individual implications. So that's why I also support the management plans, because these are all part of the greater good and the greater success of the area, and it would be an advantage for this to be a well-oiled community hub that is successful and works well, rather than a place that people avoid because there's traffic congestion and there's noise and it's awkward to get around. Most people, when they go to this destination, will park in one place and go to two. They'll go to Woolworths, they'll go to Aldi. they probably won't move their vehicle, and they'll develop a favourite place that they can get to easily and facilitates their journey. So I think this is about unpacking this so that it all works together, and that's what we should be aiming for. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on the substantive motion?
Yes, I'll speak.
Yes.
I too agree with the councillors. The development has certainly been long awaited. I think that the area is an area which will experience a lot of change, but it shouldn't be forgotten that this has been a commercial site for many, many years. It's not a greenfield site, it's a commercial site being replaced by an updated and upgraded new facility for the community. And the conditions that are looked at being imposed, I think some of them need to be looked at to make them a bit more fairer and reasonable for the current applicants. And I don't have a problem with management plans, because I think that the management plans really are to summarise as a short form working document the detail that's provided within the current waste management plan, landscaping plans, traffic impact assessments, acoustic reports. I don't think it can be seen as another form of council imposing conditions over and above those that are within their ambit, because the development has to comply with the and approval given to these plans, the acoustic reports, etc. And I think that sometimes developers get a bit frightened of these plans, that acoustic report, noise management plans, waste management plans being asked for. The applicants have already provided a waste management plan which demonstrates a number of things, and they haven't been an issue of contention until the last minute when other conditions are introduced. In fact, the plans that have been provided already can be summarised. So I'm not going to support the fact that the council want to see those documents, but just caution that it's not another way through the waste management plans or loading, servicing and delivery management plans to impose other conditions, because the applicants then have a right to approach that rather than any other third party. So in terms of the, I think the developers have gone a long way to provide a very good development. The council's design review has shown that, and they've achieved support from that. In terms of main roads conditions, main roads often put many conditions on developments. They request many conditions. They don't approve them. The approval is given through the DAP. So I think we have a right to question some of the conditions that Main Roads seeks to impose rather than slavishly follow what they want. So I'll be looking at some of the amendments that have been requested, not all of them, but some of them, to make what I think would be a more fair and equitable sharing of responsibilities. So I'm supporting the development, but with a series of amendments that we can address.
And are you proposing any amendments?
Well, I am. I'll foreshadow.
Because we haven't suspended standing order, so there's no foreshadowing. We only can speak once. So if you have amendments, this is your opportunity.
One at a time?
Yep.
Yes, okay. Well, I'm looking at an amendment. Out. And I'm series R13. I'm proposing to amend condition 4 to have the wording prior to occupation as requested by the applicants.
So there is a mover for amendment 2, modification of condition 4, using the wording as provided in the applicant's memo that was dated 7th of February 2025 in response to conditions. Is that what you're moving?
Yes.
Is there a seconder? It is seconded by Herbert. Have you got that? Would you like to speak to amendment?
Only to the extent that the applicants requested a different wording, and it's not contested by the city officers.
Could you just give us the page of where that?
Yep, so that's on the
It's on the R13.
so it's on the applicant's submission, not the R13. The applicant's is
Page 10.
on both.
Page 10 of the additional document.
The applicant. Page 10.
Page 10,
The
yeah.
applicant's submission.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
That's the city's response.
No.
Yeah, that's not. So page 10 of 8. Page 10. Table at the bottom, if you go down to condition 4. So that page 10 of the additional document.
That is a response to recommendations. It's on applicants page 4. You'll see at the bottom and the beginning of page 5 is the wording that is the subject of this amendment. Any other speakers on this amendment at this juncture?
Is the red in it?
Yes, the whole lot. Correct. Fergus Bennett, you had your hand up to speak to this item.
Could the amendment please just be read out?
I'll read it out to you. It says prior to occupation, number 90 in brackets lots 3, 4 and 5 Stirling Highway are to be legally amalgamated, or alternatively, the owner may enter into a legal agreement with the City of Nedlands, drafted by the city's solicitors at the expense of the owner and be executed by all parties concerned prior to the commencement of works to ensure that the development and use approved on the lots operates concurrently at all times. The legal agreement will also state that the lots subject to the agreement collectively are only permitted one crossover in brackets vehicle access point, and each lot must provide access through the others to ensure access to all lots is permitted.
Thank you.
Any other speakers on amendment 2? I will speak to the amendment. I am supportive of the amendment. My reasons for supporting it is that it provides an alternative legal mechanism to achieve the limitations on crossover locations in a legally binding manner across all of the sites for the duration of the proposal. Or development, I should say. That's my reasoning. Any other speakers on amendment 2? If not, we move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate.
No further comment.
Debate's been had. We are going to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously for the minute taker. Back to yourself, member. Do you have any further?
Yes, I move an amendment to condition 5. So the wording. Shuffling documents backwards and forwards. With the word in the last line, the easement and access way shall be a minimum width of 7 metres.
Moving amendment for the minute taker, amendment 3 is to modify condition 5. The wording change is the width in relation to the minimum width of the access way being 7 metres. Is there a seconder? It is seconded. Would the mover like to speak to amendment 3?
Yes, I think the issue of the easement width, there are other lots to be developed along this section of road between Florence and Dalkeith. They have all got the opportunity to increase the width on their land. And so there could be a shared access way. It doesn't have to be on all of the southern lots fronting the highway, but some of the lots on the side of it can also be included in that. But I think that the easement width is 10.75 effectively at the entrance and onto Florence, and 7 metres is more than wide enough for 2 trucks to pass, let alone vehicles. Most suburban streets are on the order of 6 metres pavement or less, and they can, the rubbish trucks are, I think, around about 3 metres maximum, and they can pass each other. The other thing is that this access way or easement or laneway, whatever you want to call it, it's there to facilitate connection. Not every vehicle that's coming out of Aldi and Woolworths to go onto Dalkeith Road, because they have other ways of getting onto there through Stanley and Florence. This short section is an additional outlet for them, and it's wide enough to take reasonably sized service vehicles, and it will be an easement. It'll be under the care control of the city, and the city should be restricting the type of vehicles that go there, and to introduce into the debate buses and semi-trailers and so forth on laneways. Most operators of heavy vehicles are licensed. The companies that have them, they are restricted to certain roads, and that should be the responsibility of the city as well, to put conditions on restricting the type of vehicles that go down there. So I don't think to be alarmist and say that we've got to have semi-trailers and so forth down a laneway, it doesn't help the debate on it. So I would say that I'm supporting it to go to 7 metres.
Would the seconder like to speak to the amendment?
Yes. In the context of the local planning policy 4.2, I'm comfortable with the fact there's sufficient flexibility in the policy to allow for this to be 7 metres. For all intents and purposes, and confirmation from the city has actually supported this, it's not intended to be a public road. Now, if it looks like a duck, it walks like a duck, it may very well be a duck. And the reality is it will be open for public access. But from what I can see, the intended purpose of that road is to provide an additional opportunity for traffic to go from Florence to Dalkeith, and not so much in reverse, although the modeling doesn't indicate that. The 7 metres itself, my understanding is that's actually gonna be within the carriageway, regardless of whether or not 10 metres is seated or 7, it's going to be 7. It allows for comfortable two-way traffic, simultaneous traffic. And in fact, it provides comfortable simultaneous traffic on the very infrequent occasion that potentially 2 trucks might be passing, I think it's highly unlikely that you're going to get the larger type vehicles using that laneway for any reason, in terms of ease of access in Dalkeith Road. I think they'd be far more inclined to use the public road network and go down one extra intersection. So I believe that the 7 meters will more than adequately serve the demands in that particular link in the road network. And it's safe and it'll be effective and it's consistent with policy. So I support change in the condition.
Thank you. I don't support reducing the width from 10 to 7 meters. We've heard from the city officers that 10 meters is exactly what was requested from Woolworths. So Woolworths intends to provide a 7 meter road with that 3 meter buffer for landscaping and infrastructure. And this laneway should be designed the same way, 7 meters of road surface with a 3 meter buffer, so that things like footpaths and landscaping can actually be put in there. These roads will not simply just be the occasional use of certain vehicles that the proponents would like to use there. It's not actually something that local governments can easily monitor and police which vehicles use what laneways. That seems like a very problematic thing to put that burden onto the local government. What should actually happen here is the laneway should be designed to the exact same specifications as Woolworths, because all of the planning and traffic modelling about why these laneways was needed was specifically to do with the delivery trucks from Aldi and all the customers going to Aldi, as well as Woolworths customers and delivery trucks. Like all of the traffic along these roads will be generated by these two commercial businesses. On top of that, there will be local traffic. There's nothing that can be done to stop that local traffic. It will effectively be a public access way. It will need to have footpaths and lighting. And if you look at the plans now, to the south of this proposed laneway, there's a pump house, there's car bays. There's not room for any landscaping or footpath or buffer. Here, there is no buffer to the south of what's being proposed here, just like Woolworths. This is less than what is required of Woolworths. So, and as I said, this area is supposed to be the town centre of the city of Nedlands, and these laneways very much are intended to have foot traffic and cyclists of people wanting to traverse this town centre area without having to go onto Stirling Highway. So these laneways are not simply just access laneways. They are intended to have all kinds of different traffic. They always were intended to be used in that way from their very inception, and to insinuate that they're just a temporary use for the occasional truck is actually completely incorrect. There's many reports gone into why this particular laneway setup is required, and the main sticking point is the Dalkeith Road traffic lights. If when those traffic lights become blocked, and they already do periodically when the cinema was more popular and had a large clientele, that area already does get choked up. And so people will naturally look for other ways to get through this area, and the cliche rat running will occur when people try to avoid traffic jams of a truck trying to maneuver. They'll go down a different laneway. There'll be all kinds of traffic movements on this layout that haven't been accounted for. And so the 10-metre width is absolutely necessary, and it will provide for footpath, actual landscaping and lighting, so that pedestrians and cyclists can get through there, and it won't be running the gauntlet of a narrow laneway with opposing traffic taking up all the space, with people waiting for a gap to try and dash through. There will be times when, during peak traffic times, when this area will be completely gridlocked. That will happen, and you need safe movement areas for traffic as well as cyclists and pedestrians. So please leave this condition in. It's the same as what Woolworths has, and we want this section of the laneway to result in the same kind of laneway as Woolworths. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this amendment? Yes.
I just want to say that I support the continuation of the 10-metre laneway due to the whole concept of the area being much more focused on the south complexion, south aspect, I mean. And it's beneficial for the whole area as to how this works, and it shouldn't be just about trafficable the width for vehicles. It should be about the whole movement of people through the area, connecting to the cinemas, the eating places, and all the rest of the stores that provide services. And it should be accessible from the south and easy movement. And this is why the 10 metres has always been in the conceptual plans.
Thank you. I will speak to the item. I support the amendment. I am satisfied that the material been provided to us today, and particularly the comments that we've had and interrogated today in relation to the access way and its functioning of that access way, the carriageway being 7 metres wide itself in terms of facilitating vehicle movement, the ability to retain the amenity elements such as landscaping on that space, but within the applicant's land holding, and control of the applicant is acceptable. I also note that the site has legal access through Florence onto Stirling Highway, which will continue to operate for a range of vehicles, and that this site provides that secondary level of access to circulate around to enable the increased functioning of the site. I also am satisfied that the commentary that's been provided today is that the timeframes for the connection through to Dalkeith Road is non-defined at this present stage. Those are my comments. I move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate.
I won't have any further comments.
We are going to the vote on Amendment 3. All those in favour? Against? This carried 3-2 for the minute taker. Back to yourself.
Yes, I'll move that condition 6 be amended as per the applicant's request.
For the minute taker, it is being moved that condition 6 is to be modified, removing the words as contained in the applicant's documentation, which refers to issuance of a demolition permit. There's a number of points where it's being removed from. Is there a seconder for amendment 4? It is seconded. Would the mover like to speak?
Yes, it's supported by the city that the demolition has occurred. There's no further demolition to occur on there. So the applicants have requested that to be removed for administrative ease and compliance.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak to amendment 4? Any other speakers on amendment 4? Councillor Fergus Bennett.
May I ask a question of the city officers that a similar condition during the construction phase is written into the conditions?
Sorry, what is your question to the city officers?
That there is a construction management plan that covers the construction phase as opposed to the demolition phase, which this one refers to.
So this modified condition that I've got here that I'm looking at, and I'll clarify that with the mover, refers to the, there's no buildings and therefore the demolition's not required. So the condition is prior to the issue of, and then remove words, a building permit, a construction management plan as appropriate shall be submitted. Is that what you're asking? There are additional words in that. So this refers to a construction management plan.
Well, yes, at the beginning it was stated that that condition was to entirely be removed. And so my concern is there construction management plan to cover the construction phase, as is the case with every other construction in the City of Nedlands?
Yes, it is. The condition that's being modified is only removing in that condition the words a demolition permit. So it's only removing the reference to a demolition permit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, the remainder of the words in that condition are staying. Does that help clarify your concern?
Yes, thank you. It might help if the amended condition is read out at the beginning, because it seemed to me that the entire condition was to be removed, and that's where my confusion came. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want me to read it out?
Yes, that would be great.
I'm moving that the condition now read, prior to the issue of a building permit, a construction management plan as appropriate shall be submitted and approved to the satisfaction of the city. The approved construction management plan shall be observed at all times throughout the construction and demolition process to the satisfaction of the city.
Any other members wish to speak on this motion?
You need the words and demolition in the last.
Perhaps
sentence.
I would
Demolition
change the wording that I'm taking so that at the end it says shall be observed at all times through the construction processes to the satisfaction of the city. So removing another set of words which says and demolition from it. Thank you, councillor. Moving that. The secondary word.
Okay, for the minute taker, you're clear. Yes, done. Any other speakers on amendment 4? There are no other speakers, you have a right to reply.
No further.
We are going to the vote on the modification of condition 6. All those in favour? Is carried unanimously for the minute taker. Back to yourself.
Yes, the next condition is condition 9. And I'm moving that the recommended condition number 9 request deletion of the condition entirely.
So the motion is that is amendment 5 for the minute taker is the deletion of condition 9. Is there a seconder for deletion of condition 9? It has been seconded. Does the mover wish to speak to that item?
The awnings that extend into the primary regional road reserve were well, they were supported that they're sorry, I'm just looking at yeah, sorry, these are the no awnings do extend into the council reserves. They only reserve into the primary regional road reserve, and that's part of the existing land holding, and that's why the condition which requires enter into a deed of indemnity, it doesn't involve the city at this stage. It will be something that the main roads will have to get involved in later. So the actual awnings have now been deleted from the council City of Nedlands reserve, so there's no need to have a deed of indemnity in regard to that.
Would the seconder like to speak to the item? Is there any other speakers on this? Fergus Bennett.
I just have concerns, if I could get some clarification, that this condition does only refer to the main roads reserve and not the Florence Road Reserve.
The other way around.
That needs to be made clear.
Yes,
This relates.
city officers may be able to.
Can the city officers clarify their response? This is the road reserve. As I understand it, the language here is the road reserve of Florence.
Yes.
That's what this condition relates to. Can the city officer clarify that, please?
No, sorry, the intention with this condition is just to control for the eventuality that the Sterling Highway Road Reserve becomes public land, and then you'll have essentially an awning from private building extending over to public land. And so the mechanism that's being proposed is that a deed is prepared that will essentially kick in should that land ever be resumed and turn public.
Okay, well, the comment I made was that it's in privately owned land at the moment and will have to be removed as part of the main roads acquisition of the land. So that's the reason that I've put it forward as a deletion of the condition.
If that's to be the case, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Fergus Bennett, just want to continue speaking?
Yes, can I please have clarification? Does this exclusively refer to the main roads reserve or to Florence Road or both?
The condition just refers to the road reserve. It doesn't make a specification between Florence Road or Sterling Highway.
Okay, so there is there are potentially an awning going over the Florence Road Public Reserve, and removal of this will allow that awning to go over the Florence Road Public Reserve. Is that what you're saying?
No, the plans, there is no awning over Florence Road.
Okay. Okay, so this only refers to the main roads awning.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other speakers? I will speak to the item. I don't actually support this deletion. Well, actually, I do support the deletion of it in its entirety. However, it is actually directly linked to comments we heard today from applicant, and it relates to condition 35. The applicant made it quite clear, in my understanding anyway, that they do want to extend the awning. So they want the awning to be final in whatever form it is. Their preference is that it encroach it, but they do not wish to be removing any portion of it when the land is taken, as I understood from the applicant. The applicant then provided alternative comment that if it was required to be partially removed or otherwise, they would want the awning to be set within the site. From my perspective, I believe that there should be clarity on that particular aspect. And in this particular one, the awning is staying and it requires a deed of agreement to be entered into and executed. This, for me, gets quite complicated in terms of the processes that are sitting around whether or not land amalgamation be taken or otherwise. I understand the intent of what's trying to be done. My intention, I think that there's a cleaner way for it. I don't have any issues with the minor work such as the signage and some of the landscaping, but in terms of the structure that is significant to the design of the proposal, partially hanging into the road reserve and potentially requiring removal, I have some questions about, so I don't support this at all.
Sorry, you don't support the deletion of the condition?
I actually don't have a problem with the deletion of the
Oh,
whole
okay.
condition. I don't support I think they're the elements of condition 35 require clarity about what's actually going in the road reserve.
Maybe we can deal with that when we deal with question 35.
I don't support any changes, but so yes, I do support deletion. I think I probably should clarify that. Deletion of the whole lot, but it's tied to condition 35 in my view.
All right.
Any other speakers? You've got right of reply.
No, I just think that it was probably more related to a council power to restrict works or the awnings within the road reserve, but the council didn't have a problem with the awning in terms of a design element and or the design review. Therefore, I think that the condition is not required, and I'm supporting deletion of it.
Right of reply has been had. We are going to the vote on amendment 5, which is the deletion of condition 9. All those in favour? Against? It is carried 4-1 for the minute taker. We move back to yourself.
I move an amendment to condition 10. The condition requires that the proponents submit a final schedule of materials and colours to the city. They're already on the plans, and the applicants have requested an amendment so that it would read, prior to the issue of a building permit, the proponents shall submit a final schedule of materials, colours, finishes and textures for the development. Any departures from the approved plans are to be to the satisfaction of the City of Nedlands, and that is supported by the city's officers.
Is there a seconder for amendment 6? It is seconded Kerry Smythe. Do you have any further you wish to say?
No, nothing further.
Would the seconder like to speak to amendment 6 to modify condition 10?
No.
Any other speakers on condition 10 modification amendment 6? I will speak to it. I'm supportive of the reasoning given, and from my perspective clarifies that the materials and finishes are as per the development application, and any departures from that, so it provides clarity about when additional material is required. So additional plans are required. Those are my comments. Is there any other speakers on amendment 6? If not, go back to the mover for right of reply and close off debate.
No further comment.
We're going to the going to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Is carried 4-1 for the minute taker. Against is Councillor Fergus. Would you like to continue?
Yes. There's a condition 15, which requires that the development plans shall be amended to depict an easement of 10 metres in width to facilitate future connection to Dalkeith Road. This conflicts with our adopted condition 5 as amended, which mentions a 7-metre access way. So I'm proposing that the new condition is to show the development plan shall be amended to depict an easement 7 metres in width to facilitate future connection to Dalkeith Road along the southern lot boundary.
So you're moving the deletion, is that what you said? Deletion of condition?
No, it's to delete the wording easement 10 metres in width in condition 15. New condition.
Is there a seconder for new condition? Is that correct? A new condition?
Yes.
Okay. With the words a new condition. So it's a modified condition, I beg your pardon, for the minute taker. Amendment 7 is modify condition 15 and include the
wording.
Easement is 7 metres wide. With this, did you want to speak any further?
No, just so that it aligns with the new condition or the new condition number 5.
Would the seconder like to speak to it? Is there any other speakers of this condition? I will speak to the condition. Whilst I understand the sentiments, I think the condition is completely unnecessary as the matter is actually fully addressed in condition 5. And so essentially I'm not supportive of an amendment, but I would consider at some point a deletion of that complete condition, as I say, repeat of condition 5. Those are my comments in relation to it. Any other comments? If not, we move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate.
No further comment.
We are going to the vote to modify condition 15 with reference to a 7 metre wide easement. All those in favour? Against? It is lost for the minute taker. Would you like to continue?
Are you proposing to delete that condition?
What was that vote? Sorry, like
It was lost 3-2. I will consider moving what I've indicated, but I would deal with it unless you deal with it now. I would deal with it as
Okay, well, I'll move another amendment to delete condition number 15.
Amendment 8 for the minute taker is to delete condition 15. Is there a seconder? Is seconded? Okay.
And the reason being that it's already covered in condition 5.
Would the seconder like to speak?
I concur, it's a redundant condition.
Are there any other speakers on what is amendment 8, delete condition 15? If there are no other speakers, I move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate.
No further comment.
Debate's been had. We are now going to the vote. It is the deletion of condition 15. All those in favour? Against? Is carried. It's carried 3-2. And the reason is it's not required as it conflicts with condition 5. Back to yourself.
Conditions. Just go through. Condition 26, I'm proposing to amend. The words and the city is satisfied with the new wording so that words and adhered to for the life of the development are deleted. So it would now read all actions and recommendations contained within the Sustainable Management Plan dated 18 November, prepared by Edison Consultants, shall be implemented to the satisfaction of the city. We delete that's the new condition, modified condition.
Okay,
So moving that,
Condition
26.
Condition 26 is being moved. It's a modification to condition 26. It's amendment 9 for the minute taker. And dealing with the sustainable management plan. And you're requesting that there are modifications as contained in the applicant's documentation, with those words removed as you read out.
Yes, and adhered to for the life of the development and deleted.
Is there a seconder for modification to condition 26? It is seconded. Kerry Smythe. Would the mover like to speak any further?
Yes, as requested by the applicants, they don't have a problem with the condition. It's just that the words adhered to for the life of development are removed to allow for technical changes and improvements over time to be incorporated in the development without having to come back to MIDAP for any minor changes that occur. Can be dealt with council. And the city has satisfied with the amended condition.
Thank you. Would the seconder, Member Kerry Smythe, like to speak to?
No, I'm satisfied with the explanation. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers to amendment 9, a modification of condition 26?
No further comments.
We are going to the vote. All those in favour? Against? It's carried 4-1 for the minute taker.
Can we do an amendment?
I've just been requested a procedural motion at this juncture for a member's comfort break.
5 minutes.
So I'm going for a mover.
I'll
That's
move.
Heidi and seconded. Eugene Colters. All those in favour? Unanimous. The time is 4:13 p.m. for members' comfort break.
Thank you.
Members, including Councillor Fergus Bennett, are you ready to recommence the meeting? We have all 5 members online for the minute taker. We are recommencing the meeting. It is 4:19 PM. Okay, do you wish to move anything further?
Yes, I'd like to move to delete condition 27.
Is there a seconder for the deletion of condition 22nd? Is moved.
27, yes.
27 is moved using Coldas and seconded Heidi Fergus. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I'm not comfortable with the road reserve being given up free of cost. I think that there are other mechanisms for road widenings to be taken. This development has made provision for the road widening to be taken at a later stage, and has also looked at providing a high standard of landscaping within the road widening area. And I think that the proper mechanisms in future should be taken by Main Roads to acquire the land under the respective act.
Would the seconder like to speak to amendment?
I concur. I think it's important to be consistent as well with the approval across the street, whereby I think the original application had the same condition levied against it, and then it since went to DAP number form 2 in 2024 to have that particular condition. And I agree that at one, it's already reserved in the MRS as a primary regional road reservation, and at such time Main Roads to do something along that particular corridor needs to actually acquire it, to do it through the proper and appropriate channels at that time.
Any other speakers on amendment 10, deletion of condition 27? Councillor Fergus Bennett.
This is a complicated matter, but my impression of it is that the land is supposed to be not just left undeveloped when the site gets redeveloped, but also seeded at the same time. I might be wrong about that. If this is something, I have concerns about this, because what's written in this condition is the long-term intention for what is supposed to happen for all properties along here, and it's triggered by redevelopment of the site. And so if this is different to what other people have to do in terms of seeding their land, I just think it's going to be problematic long term to do things differently. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this motion? I will speak to the motion. Whilst I agree that the road widening is required, I don't agree that the development creates the need and nexus for it to be given freely to the state. Material that's been provided to us today and as part of our package of material indicates the works that have been occurring and have occurred previously in relation to the intersection of Florence and Stirling Highway, as well as the requirement to ultimately separate lots as part of a subdivision process, and the associated processes that sit with that, including negotiation in relation to cost, as well as the applicant's intention to continue to maintain that as part of the operation of their site until such time as it's required. From the material I have received here, I don't see that there has been a clear need of nexus identified that this development causes the requirement for the land which facilitates a regional use of road to be given up freely. Those are my comments. Any other speakers on this amendment? Back to the mover for right of close of debate.
No further comment.
We are going to the vote on amendment 10, which is deletion of condition 27. All those in favour? Against? It is carried 3-2. Against Councillor Fergus Bennett, Councillor Kerry Smythe for the minute taker. Move back to yourself.
Yes, I wish to give an amendment to condition 28 to delete the condition.
It is being moved that condition 28 be deleted. Is there a seconder for condition 28, which is amendment 11 for the minute taker, to be deleted? From my perspective, I understand the sentiment. Oh, sorry. Is there
No
a second?
seconder, no.
Sorry. If there's no seconder, the motion will lapse. There's no seconder. The request to delete the condition 28 has lapsed. Okay, sorry, I'll move.
Speak about 28, like
No.
an amendment or when
No.
my turn comes, okay, fair enough, yeah.
When the amendment was, didn't get a seconder, so we're not debating the amendment at this stage. Back to yourself.
Okay, I move deletion of condition 29.
This is amendment, I'm going to call it 12, even though we didn't deal with the other one for clarity. This is a, what's your requirement there?
A deletion of condition 29.
Is there a seconder for condition to delete condition 29? It has been seconded. Heidi Herget. Would the mover like to speak to it?
Yes, I think that the lane correct movements, the proponents have satisfied me that that the vehicle will have some impact on lane correct movements because it's they won't be able to do it, but it will not result in a desirable outcome in that the vehicles will then have to try and get into one lane only, whereas in practice these sorts of vehicles do have to move into the adjoining lane to traverse the movement from left out from Florence onto the Stirling Highway.
Secretary, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I support the deletion. There's no evidence that heavy vehicles currently turning from the minor road into the major road are introducing any increased level of risk that's unacceptable. Both of those roads are permitted to have up to 19 meters in length turn. So and this is specifically relating to 15.6, and it's not reasonable to invoke a condition on a type of vehicle that's even smaller than the maximum size that's currently allowed to do that movement. I'm satisfied that even post closure of that intersection to right turning in and out movements, that those vehicles can turn safely from the minor road, Florence Road, into Stirling Highway without impacting on operations and safe maneuvering and safe travel along that particular corridor.
Any other speakers on this motion? Councillor Fergus Bennett.
Yes, I don't see the need to remove this at all. If the intersection is fine as it is, that will be communicated. The the requirement is simply the applicant must submit engineering drawings demonstrating that a 15.6 metre vehicle can access the site and turn lane correct to and from Stirling Highway. If that's the current case already, then they just submit that evidence and then the rest of it doesn't need to come into place. But if some things do need to be modified, and I would be surprised if none of these intersections or corners where turn-ins happen, I would be surprised if none of those need works done to them. And why should the WA taxpayer or the Nedlands ratepayers fit the cost for modifications that need to be done because of a commercial development that's newly in the area? And the answer is they shouldn't need to do that. All those kinds of costs should be borne by the proponent. And as I said, if no changes need to be done, this requirement simply just requires them to show the evidence that no changes need to be done. But if changes do need to be done, there needs to be a provision here to ensure the proponent pays for it. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this amendment? I will speak to the amendment. I agree with the deletion of condition 29. The material that we've spent a lot of time today going through, included in our package of material, talks about a couple of things that already members have raised in this particular motion, that the vehicles are entitled to use both lanes when turning, these large vehicles. The material that we've been provided shows that it can be done so in accordance with the safely, and there's no specific evidence been provided that there's issues with this lane movements that are proposed. So from my perspective, I'm comfortable that the proposal can use the roadway as is allowed for, and the additional material provided is not warranted. Those are my comments. I move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate.
No further comment.
We are going to the vote on amendment 12, which is deletion of condition 29. All those in favour? Against? It is carried 3-2 for the minute taker. I'm moving back to yourself.
Yes. Deletion of condition 31. This condition is, or this requirement is already dealt with under condition 4 of this set of conditions, and the city is satisfied with the deletion of condition 31.
Is there a seconder? It is seconded by Heidi Herget. Is there, would you like to speak?
Yes, the condition requires the amalgamation of all lots prior to the occupation of the development, and condition 4 has the same requirement, or alternatively a legal agreement can be entered into. And so we've kept condition 4, so I'm proposing this one to be deleted.
Would the seconder like to speak to the item? Is there any other, sorry, is there any other speakers on the amendment? There are no other speakers. You can right reply.
No.
We are now going to the vote. All those in favour of deletion of condition 31? All those against? Is carried 4-1. Member Fergus Bennett is against the motion. Back to yourself.
I'm proposing to remove condition number 34.
And so delete, so amendment 14 for the minute taker is deletion of condition 34. Do you have any information about the reasoning?
I don't have a seconder yet.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Is there a seconder for delete? It is Heidi Bergett.
Yes. Condition 34 requires the submission of a traffic management plan to be submitted as part of the construction of the development. Condition 6 already requires the provision of a construction management plan. And within the construction management plan, there is a requirement to put in a traffic management plan, portion of which is to be approved by Main Roads WA. So it's basically a replication of a requirement that's already required in the construction management plan. And the council staff have said they don't object to the removal of condition 34 if condition 6 is maintained, which it is.
Would the seconder like to speak to the motion? Is there any other speakers? Yes, Councillor Kerry Smyth.
Wanted to ask about what's said here. It's if it says the removal of the condition is acceptable if condition 6 is amended to include MRWA approval. So has condition
Oh, sorry, I misread that.
got the MRWA approval?
No.
No, it doesn't. Do another amendment.
So at the moment, condition 34
Requires,
So I'm not sure what the wording, what's the status of condition 6 at the moment?
condition 6 was moved as per the condition 6 was moved as per the wording, and it relates to a construction management plan to be provided.
Condition 6 was removed altogether, wasn't it?
no,
Condition
just
6
some wording
modified.
was
We
removed.
removed the demolition, the reference to demolition plan permit on that. There is no reference in that to Main Roads, WA Main Roads. Its reference is to city, to the satisfaction of the city.
Well, condition 34 also requires the approval of Main Roads, which is a third party, and we can't rely on a third party approval. So I will amend, if I can, with the agreement of the seconder, rather than deleting 34, modifying condition 34.
If the seconder is supportive, what are you actually wanting?
Well, they're asking for a submission of a building, prior to the submission of building, a traffic management plan for construction must be submitted and approved by Main Roads. Well, that can't happen because it's a third party approval. The traffic management plan must detail how traffic shall be managed at all times and must be implemented, maintained throughout the construction of the development. I would suggest we keep the condition in that it reads, prior to submission of a building permit, and this is the amendment, a traffic management plan for construction must be submitted and approved by the City of Nedlands on advice from Main Roads, WA. The traffic management plan must detail how traffic shall be managed at all times and must be implemented and maintained through the construction of this development. So it takes the approval out of the hands of Main Roads and it ties it back to condition 6 in that the construction management plan shall be observed at all times and obviously be to the city's satisfaction. This just ties a portion of that to Main Roads.
So the modification, if supported by the seconder, is that it's not a deletion. You want to move a modification to condition 34.
Yeah.
which is removing main roads as the determining
Authority.
authority and replacing the words that are approved by City of Nedlands with advice from Main Roads.
That's right.
WA.
So, I mean, in any event, the construction management plan under condition 6 will contain management measures that affect Stirling Highway, and probably would always go to Main Roads for comment anyway.
Is the seconder prepared to accept that as part of your consideration?
Yes.
Okay. We have, for the minute taker, it is amendment 14, modification condition 34. It relates to a traffic management plan, and the modification is the reference to being approved by City of Nedlands with advice from MRWA, and it is the same mover and seconder that we started off with condition 14. Any other members wish to speak to condition amendment 14, modification of condition 34? If there are no other speakers, I move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate.
No further comment.
We are going to the vote. It is a modification of this condition. All those in favour? All those against? Is carried 4-1 for the minute taker. Sorry, I'm just. Let me for a moment. Okay, we are moving back to the agenda.
And I will move an amendment to condition number 35. So that the condition will now read, condition reads, no part of the development other than approved landscaping is to be located within the land within the primary regional road reserve. And I'm proposing the amendment to read, no part of the development other than approved landscaping, signage and the awning shown on the approved plans on plan is to be located within the land within the primary regional road reservation, PRRR. In the event the land where the proposed signage and landscaping has been erected is needed for future roadworks and the land is acquired by Main Road, the applicant will remove the sign at their own expense within a period of 3 months from acquisition. I'm moving those. And the city is satisfied to amend the condition as per the applicant's request.
Is there a seconder for condition 35 amendment? Would the mover like to speak?
No, I support.
Sorry, did you want to
I
speak?
support the amendment.
Is there any other speakers on?
Just a question about the signage and awning shown on which plan?
The plans in the very beginning of the agenda, which show, I'd get you the page, just hang on a second.
Should it be referenced, you know, a date or?
The reference date of those plans that I've got in front of me, amended plans received 18th of November 2024.
Should that be specified in the wording?
Yes, it should be to provide clarity. That would definitely provide clarity. So is the mover and seconder?
Do we have a plan reference?
The plan reference
Is
is,
that what you were talking about?
yes, so I can give you the plan reference. It's those, the reference number plan reference number. It's amended plans received 18th of November 2024, and the site plan that shows it is referenced. I don't think it has a number here. It doesn't have a rev number on here. It just has a project number, so it's just those plans dated 18th of November.
When on the approved plans anyway.
24.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, sorry, would you like to continue to speak?
That's all, thank you.
Are there any other speakers on this? Yes, Councillor Fergus Bennett.
Yes, this condition doesn't actually coincide or match up with the awning condition. They're two separate problems. Awnings, the condition about the awnings was to do with the airspace above the reserve land, and this condition is about things actually built into the reserve land. So they're two different conditions dealing with two different aspects of the development. And the location, having the location of, I haven't had a chance to check the plans, but if the sign is further out into the road, that's not really in confirmation with the rest of the intent, the intent of that area to have all those commercial type signs set back from the road reserve, so that there's not proliferation of signs along the side of the street. As I said, this is one of the conditions of the main roads, and main roads is not just a third party. It's a state government department that actually has decision-making precedence of what happens along this road, and the city has to defer to main roads for anything that happens along there, whether it be a line on the road, a traffic sign, an alteration to a curb. Everything has to be done through main roads. And so to override what they're asking for here, they're simply asking just not to have any structures built in that reserve, and to override them and the long-term plan, what needs to happen along Stirling Highway. It's just problematic and unnecessary. Why not just keep it the same for all commercial developments, that they all need to keep their infrastructure out of the reserve and their signage within the property that remain their property after the reserve has been taken? Thanks.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this amendment? I will speak to the amendment. I support partially this amendment. I agree that things like signage and landscaping, which are currently in the applicant's land, not subject to the reserve classification, subject to the reserve classification, are movable elements. I take note that the applicant has indicated that they do not want the element of the awning to be removable. That sits within the reserve, and essentially they would like certainty that it can stay as part of development. For those reasons, I don't support the awning being pushed into the reserve as a permanent structure. And whilst I support the signage and landscaping within the road reserve, they are elements that can be removed subject to those that secondary point. And its secondary point is very specific. In the event that the land is required, they're really specific about is the signage and landscaping that will be relocated, and not the awning. And for that reason, I'm supportive of part of this this amendment, but I don't support the awning being pushed into the road reserve reservation at this stage. From my perspective, it's a permanent feature that they've clearly indicated they wish the feature to be permanent in whatever form it is ultimately approved as. So for those reasons, I say I only support some of the change. I don't support the whole lot, particularly the awning. Reply. Sorry.
Okay, well, if you mentioned that that's the applicant's don't wish to have or that the applicant said, should the awning be of concern to the DAP, we're able to accept a condition that references the modified design of the awning that is entirely outside of the PRRR. So
we're on right of reply now.
Yep.
We need to deal with this amendment. And then depending on what happens with this amendment, we can.
Yes, okay. Well, I won't say anything further.
Okay, so right of reply has been had. We are now going to the vote on amendment 15, a modification to condition 35. All those in favour? Against? It is lost. 2, 3. Or 3, 2.
In that case, I will move another amendment, condition 35. Such that wording read, prior to the issue of the occupancy permit, the applicant must submit a revised landscape plan. Sorry, that's 36. No part of the development other than approved landscaping.
Are you moving it just landscaping and signage?
Signage and the awning.
That's what we just moved.
You've just.
So what are you saying? So what we've just moved is exactly what's written here by the applicant, which had 3 elements to it: landscaping, signage, and awning. So that's what we've just dealt with.
Okay, so that was defeated.
You don't have to do anything further if you don't wish to.
Now I'll move on to condition 36. Okay, and condition 36. It's a modification that's required regarding prior to the issue of occupancy permit. The applicant must have a revised landscape plan to the satisfaction of the City of Nedlands and advice from main roads for landscaping located within the primary regional road reserve once endorsed by the city. It must be implemented on site. That's the new wording, and that has been agreed to by city officers.
Modification for the minute taker, we are at amendment 16. That is modifying condition 36 using the wording that is in the applicant's document as read out by the mover. Prior to the issue of occupancy permit, the applicant will submit a revised landscaping to the satisfaction of the City of Nedlands on advice from main roads for landscaping located within the primary regional reservation once endorsed by the city. It must be implemented on the site. Is there a seconder for that motion? It is seconded. Heidi Herget. Would the mover like to speak to it?
No, I think it's fairly straightforward, the wording. It's got to be on advice from main roads in the City of Nedlands, and the officers are satisfied with the wording as well. The proponents put it forward.
Would the seconder like to speak to the?
I'll just add it that the amended condition is fairly self-explanatory.
Are there any other speakers on amendment 16? There are no other speakers on amendment 16. I move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate.
No further comment.
We're going to vote on amendment 16, can modify condition 36. All those in favour? Against? Carried 4-1 for the minute taker. And back to yourself.
Another amendment to condition 37. The wording currently states any existing redundant infrastructure within the parks PRRR is to be removed and the verge made good at the applicant's expense. I would suggest the wording at the beginning of that, prior to occupation, any existing redundant infrastructure within the primary regional road reserves to be removed and the verge made good at the applicant's expense to the satisfaction of the city of Nedlands.
So is there a seconder for condition 37 modification, which reads prior to occupation, any existing redundant infrastructure relating to the development within the portion of the subject site, within the portion of the site subject to the road reservation is to be removed and the verge made good at the applicant's expense. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? It is seconded, Heidi Herget. Would the mover like to speak to the item?
No, I think it's fairly straightforward. It tells the trigger when the existing infrastructure has to be removed, and it's also to council's satisfaction.
Would the seconder like to speak?
Can I just have clarification that the red outlined wording is still in, crossed out wording is still in?
Yes, and the
verge
verge,
made good
yes, that is contained in the condition, yes.
Okay.
That's retained. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to the item?
No, thank you.
Any other speakers on the item? If not, we move back to the mover for right of reply on a modification to condition 37.
I would move that condition 38 be
No,
deleted.
sorry, we haven't got to the vote. You've got right of reply.
No right of reply. I'm getting worn out as well.
We're going to the vote on amendment 17, modification to condition 37. All those in favour? Against? Carried 4-1 for the minute taker. And the reason is includes appropriate triggers for the works to occur. Yes.
I'd like to move the deletion of condition number 38.
38.
And incorporate that condition as an advice note.
Okay, so amendment, just hang on a second. Amendment 18 is condition 38 to be an advice note. And to be reworded, to renumbered accordingly. Is there a seconder for that? It is seconded, Heidi Herget. Would the mover like to speak?
Yeah, look, that's covered by other legislation. It's a condition that doesn't have anyone to clear it. And it's, as I said, covered by other legislation. So it's an advice note.
Second, like to speak to the item. Are there any other speakers on amendment 18, condition 38, sorry.
39.
38. It's being moved from a condition to an advice note.
That wasn't something that the proponents brought up, was it?
No.
They had no issue with it, but it's not a condition, it's an advice note.
Okay, thank you.
Any other speakers on this motion? Move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate on amendment 18, condition 38.
No further comment.
Going to the vote, all those in favour? Against? The minute taker is carried 4-1. Move back to yourself.
Condition 39.
That condition, before you go ahead, I think this says conditions request to delete signage is covered in modified condition 31. I think that is modified 35.
It is indeed.
That's
yes.
matters not has been, essentially that was lost, that amendment at this juncture. I don't know what you want to do with that. If you're going to move it, it has to relate to condition 35. Because this.
I won't move it because it relates to signage. However, I'd move an amendment that it relates to condition 35. Is a typo, as administrative.
Amendment 19.
But the condition 39.
So to correct a typo as related to condition 35.
No, sorry. I take that back. No.
You're not doing anything with it?
I'm not doing anything with that.
Okay. Anything else?
I would move that advice note D be modified so that deletes the referral to a demolition plan. So it reads, construction management plan is to be prepared in the manner and form provided by the City of Nedlands. The city officers agree with that wording.
Is there a seconder for amendment 19? 19, that's advice note. D. Do you want to speak any further to it?
No, not further. It is just an advice note, so.
Do you wish to speak to it? Any other speakers of this? I might seek clarification from you. Is condition D, sorry, advice note D, doesn't it align with?
It talks about demolition.
Yeah, and we dealt with that at.
Doesn't relate back to any conditions. It just simply says the construction management plan and demolition plans are to be prepared in a manner. Well, there's no need for a demolition plan if there's no condition requiring it.
My question is, condition 6 requires prior to the issue of a building permit, a construction management plan shall be submitted and approved to the satisfaction of the city.
Yeah, I'm just taking the words out. Modifying the plan, modifying the condition of deleting.
Yep, so that provides more clarity.
Yes, the construction management plan is to be prepared in the manner and form provided by the City of Nedlands.
Seconder, would you like to speak to it? Any other speakers on this advice note? Do you have any right of reply?
No.
We are going to the vote. All those in favour? Against? It's carried 4-1. Any further?
Delete advice note H. As the environmental acoustic assessment has been submitted and it will be enforced by condition 22. The city officers agree with the advice note.
Is there a seconder for amend.
It's just repeating something that's already in one of the other. Well, it reads like a condition.
Is there a seconder for the, you want to delete advice note H?
Yes.
Is there a seconder to delete advice note H?
Because that advice note talks about restricting delivery times, and we've already voted not to restrict delivery times to the development. So it can't be enforced as a condition, and it can't be put in as an advice note because we have not restricted service and delivery vehicles to or from the premises.
Okay, is there a seconder for this? Or seconder? Would you like to speak to that?
No, I've just made the point that it's not an advice note because we haven't restricted it in the conditions.
I have no other comments to make. It's been already said. Is there any other speakers on advice note H? Yes, Fergus Bennett.
Well, the noise management plan is yet to be finalised. So although the condition isn't explicitly put in the conditions, having an advice note there that is the intention of the way it should operate is still appropriate. As I said, what this condition basically says here is similar or identical to what Woolworths has. And so the only net outcome of removing these kinds of protections is that the community will have less protection to fall back on, and it will be more difficult to solve out of hours noise problems and noisy delivery trucks showing up in the middle of the night. So voting to remove a condition does not exclude an advice note from still communicating what is the intended operation for the site. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers on this motion? There are no other speakers. We move back to the mover right of the floor.
I still say that if it's the intention of the development assessment panel to restrict, and it's the panel that makes decisions on these things. If it was the intention to restrict hours of operation, it should have been stated. An advice note, you could put hundreds of things that you would like to see in a condition, but it's not enforceable. So I don't think we put advice notes in for things that are not enforceable.
Thank you. We are going to the vote. All those in favour? Against? It is lost. Back to you.
No, I don't have anything further.
We will move back to the mover of the, we're back to the seconder, I think, of this substantive.
Yeah.
I am, I'm just trying to think who it was.
Has everyone spoken?
No,
I
only you.
certainly have.
No, we haven't, we've only got through the amendments. Who was the seconder of the substantive?
Right.
Yeah, who was seconded?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, no.
Substantive.
Councillor Smythe.
Okay, now over to yourself, Councillor Kerry Smythe. We are back to the substantive. You were the, yeah, we would go with all amendments.
I was the second, Smythe. Yep. Jean spoke. It's up to her now.
Sorry. Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is the point where I move an amendment to condition 28.
And so amendment 21.
Yeah, 21.
You want to
Yes, you can do
modify?
that.
Modify
By condition 21.
28.
28.
Pardon, sorry. Yes.
Okay, we've had a big discussion around this particular issue today. There's a very long extended history associated with this matter. I don't think it's reasonable to expect this applicant to cover the cost of all the works at that particular intersection. They generously accept and recognize that there will be work done at that intersection to modify it, to make it safer, but to also downgrade the level of access currently available. I know for a fact that there is no condition attached to the Woolies, not that it's documented, and the council, despite the fact we've asked the council, they weren't aware of it either, they couldn't answer our questions. I'm satisfied that the applicant's traffic consultant has answered my questions with regard to the contribution from an operational perspective of this particular proposal to the future operations, the future demands of that intersection under the amended plan. So I think it's reasonable to expect some contribution, but not all of it. So I am moving an amendment to the condition prior to the occupation of the development. The applicant it needs to be awarded, and I'm not an expert in this, contribute 50% to the cost of the upgrading of the intersection. To allow for left in, left out traffic movements only, and take out reference to it and ensure vehicles can turn lane correct to and from Sterling Highway, because that's been addressed in another amended condition already.
Okay, so the modification is amendment 21 to modify condition 28, requiring a contribution, requiring a 50% contribution of costs for works to restrict Florence Road access to left in and left out. Is that correct?
Yes.
I assume you mean the median works.
What?
The median work.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I would say.
Oh, yeah, it's not just the median, it's the redesign of the geometry of the intersection. To basically render it, it's not just the median, there's probably some other minor works there as well. So I think if that's covered more broadly under the word works, to main roads requirements to restrict Florence Road access to left in, left out traffic movements only. So that covers the median and anything else associated with those works.
Is there a seconder to that motion?
And to take out the reference to ensure vehicles could turn lane correct to and from Sterling Highway.
Okay, so let's just get clear on this. For the minute taker, the language would be, prior to occupation of the development, the applicant must undertake works to main roads requirement, is that correct? To restrict Florence access to left in, left out traffic movements only, and ensure vehicles can turn.
No, take that reference out because we've dealt with that earlier in another amendment.
And ensure, okay, only.
Yeah, we need to put a reference in there, 50% contribution towards the cost of those works.
Contribute or undertake?
If they undertake it, then they're actually on the hook. And then there's no, I don't think there's any planning or legislative clawback of the balance of the 50% from another applicant who's already got an approval in place without a relevant condition associated with it.
Okay, so for the minute taker, the modification of condition 28 would read, prior to the occupation of the development, the applicant must contribute 50% of the costs to
Cost of the works to main roads.
cost of the works to main roads requirement to restrict Florence Road access to left in, left out traffic movements only, full stop. Is that what you're moving?
Yes.
Did you get that? Yeah. Is there a seconder for this motion?
Can I just get clarification of what condition 28 which condition 28 we're modifying. I recollect that we removed condition 28. Yeah, I know, but that amendment lapsed to take it out. Is that correct?
That's correct. There was an amendment 11 that sought to delete in its entirety condition 28. It got no seconder. It therefore lapsed.
Okay, so
The condition as it currently reads, that is currently on the table, is the RA condition 28 at the beginning of the agenda, as the amendment 11 did not get a seconder. So what we've got now is dealing with amendment now 21 to modify, not delete, to modify that condition.
Yep.
And the words are prior to occupation of the development, the applicant must contribute 50% of the costs of the works to main roads requirements to restrict Florence Road access to left in, left out traffic movements only, full stop. The rest of it's deleted.
So as it stands at the moment, they're contributing 100%. Is that correct?
Well, unless it's, oh, sorry, go on.
At the moment, the way the language reads, it reads that they must undertake all works, that's my read of it, and pay and those works to be at the applicant's cost. It appears for me to read that they would cover the whole.
So the effect is we're taking it down from 100% to only 50%.
That's what I understand the intention is. So then the mover can clarify for you. Is there a seconder for that? For that modification?
Can I second it for the purposes of debate?
Yes, you can.
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Okay, I mean, I think I've talked about the essentials of it. I think that there are works necessary there. And there's a long history that goes back, and this is an issue that's always been raised at the forefront. I just think that there needs to be some level of reasonableness applied and fairness applied in the context of these particular works, particularly as they relate to what is, I think, universally recognized as there's existing issues there even without the addition of development traffic. So for two reasons, I think it's unreasonable for the applicant to be expected to pay the whole thing. A, those works will certainly fix an existing problem there. It's been flagged as a black spot in the past. And secondly, there is another generator in the area that's been approved that will actually add significantly in an equivalent manner to the load at that particular intersection. Just because they were approved beforehand doesn't mean that they should be off the hook. Now, there's no opportunity to get them to pay for it retroactively in the context of a planning approval, but there may be other instruments that Main Roads may wish to exercise, but that's outside the ambit of this particular panel. So I do think those works need to be done, but I don't believe that the costs associated with that should be entirely borne by this particular application. It's neither fair nor just, and I think it's probably disputable in another tribunal setting. So.
Would the seconder like to speak to the motion?
Well, whilst I hear your sentiment about cost sharing and the placing the full burden onto this applicant, first of all, I think the figures were around about 75-25. Was it 50-50 or no? It was a much more than 50-50. It was around about 60 or 70%, but it doesn't matter what the quantum is. 50-50 is probably too much for this applicant. Secondly, there's no process to determine the actual cost. Who's going to be the arbiter? Main Roads haven't asked for a cost sharing arrangement. There's no mechanism for a cost sharing arrangement. Is the council going to determine what the proportion is, or Main Roads? This would entail the applicants contribute, what quantum, what amount, it's uncertain. Because there is no process, who's going to make the decision? Who are they going to go to and say, well, here's our check for 50%? There's got to be something that says that is the cost. And the only way they can determine that is to agree between two parties. If the council hasn't already, if the DAP hasn't already put a condition on Woolworths, then they can turn around and say, well, we don't have to contribute anything. So the condition's uncertain. You say contribute 50% of what? There's nothing there. So I share the sentiment, and it should have been thrashed out beforehand when the approval either was put, the onus was put on Woolworths, or the council probably should have sat down with Main Roads and the two proponents to thrash this cost-sharing arrangement out. But because it's not there, I don't think this condition is certain or capable of being implemented, because there's no process or mechanisms to determine that. Because the other 50%, there's no compulsion on anyone to come up with 50%. So who holds the cash? Who then does the work? So I'll just leave it at that. I can't support the amendment.
Are there any other speakers on this motion? I will speak to the motion. I understand where the matter is now currently sitting at. We've got a condition that is sitting on the agenda for applicant to wear the full costs. We had a motion to remove that in its entirety, which has not progressed, and we have a motion that is for a reduction of those costs. I would acknowledge that the works to prevent the left in, left out are important and need to be dealt with. And I also believe we need to deal with the proposal and bring this proposal to a determination today. I think there is merit in the applicant having a contributory element towards it. And I can understand some of the reservations that have been provided at this point in time. However, I'm comfortable that this matter, reduction in the cost is a much better outcome than having 100% cost attributed to the applicant. And as I've said, I don't support a deferral of this item in order to deal with this one matter. I think we do need to make a determination and complete the determination today. I'm comfortable to deal with a modified condition 35 to enable this matter, as I've already indicated, to be a more fairly and reasonable determination. Those are my comments. Any further comments in relation to this amendment for Amendment 1 on condition 28? If not, we move back to the, Councillor Fergus Bennett.
Thank you. Yes. If Woolworths has a similar provision to this, it will, if no agreement is found between Woolworths and Aldi, no compromise or negotiation, then it will probably just sort itself out naturally, where the first development that wants to be granted, ready to begin operation, will probably have to honour that condition first. Or the two parties can get together and just negotiate between them to split the costs. But to, as has already been said, to specifically state 50% is paid, then who knows how the other 50 is going to get paid, and then to leave it out altogether leaves the risk of this intersection never being properly modified. And these Woolworths and Aldi have already got off the hook for the millions of dollars that it would have cost to build through the sump. That was the initial offer, that these two developments would negotiate a contribution to pay for that sump so that the laneway is would have been completely complete. And now it seems as though that intention has been backed away from, to the extent that even modifying intersections that trucks need to go around don't need to be paid for. It's unfair that one has to pay over the other, but somebody has to pay for it. And by leaving this condition in, the person who completes their build first will probably need to satisfy those conditions first. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this motion? If not, we move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate on modifying condition 28.
Just to sum up, I can confirm that the information that was provided by the applicant's traffic consultant and my review of the information, the supporting information for both, in fact, the historical stuff associated with the approval of the road, that in fact, I think 50% is eminently fair. I don't think it's, I have seen conditions like this in the past. I'm not a planner. I don't think it's unreasonable the way that we're proposing to word the condition for a 50% contribution. When Main Roads has flagged this intersection of one of concern and focus, as has the city of Nedlands. How that mechanism works is something that needs to be worked out between the local government and obviously the responsible authority, Main Roads in this particular instance at that intersection. Leaving this condition in as the way it is, I think is eminently unfair and it's unreasonable. And I haven't found any evidence that Woolworths actually has a condition associated to contribute to the upgrades at this intersection. Yes, it's been noted in all their supporting documentation, but there's actually nothing in any of their conditions of approval that indicate that they're required to contribute. So I don't think it's fair for the second person that comes up to actually have to pay for the works associated with this these upgrades. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. The right of reply has been had. We are going to amendment 21, modify condition 28. All those in favour? Against? It's carried 3-2. Okay, any other speakers? We move back to the substantive motions. Member Heidi Hergert, do you still wish to continue speaking?
28. No, that was it.
Okay, I will speak to the substantive motion. I am supportive of the substantive motion with a series of conditions. I will, however, like to put forward condition amendment 22, which is modification of condition 35. I know we have already dealt with condition 30, attempted to deal with condition 35. Let me find it. It was lost. Amendment to modify condition 35 was lost. I am moving the condition 35, a modification that is slightly different than that was previously on the table. And my move is that no part of the development other than approved landscaping and signage as shown on the approved plan to be located within the primary road reserve. And then the same wording that the applicants have got in the event that the land where the proposed signage and landscaping has been erected will need to be moved within 3 months. Essentially, that no part of the development other than landscaping signage be full stop, and then the wording, and that the awning to be modified so that it's entirely out of the PR. From my perspective, it reflects the conversation we've had today, and that the applicant were very clear about wanting to put a permanent structure there and to have it retained, and not have a partial that can be a removable part of it. I'm comfortable that the development should therefore not to provide level of certainty to it, and should remove that completely, should require that to be modified so that the applicant can continue to develop the site with only those elements that are movable, landscaping and signage being in the road reserve. If there is a seconder, that's my motion. Is there a seconder? It is seconded. Heidi Hergert. Would the seconder like to speak to it?
No.
Are any other speakers to this motion? Fergus Bennett.
Yes, as I said before, this particular condition is talking about things actually within the land, within the primary regional road reservation. Awnings are a completely different issue. That's about the airspace above the reserve. So this amendment kind of mixes two separate issues. And finally, I'm not supportive of signs being in the road reserve because there is a neighbourhood character to think of. So to allow proliferation of signs in the road reserve close to the road is out of step with what the character of the area was intended to be, which was a town centre, not something like Scarborough Beach Road with signs scattered all along the road reserve. So on those 2 points, I don't agree with this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other speakers on Amendment 22? If not, I will go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? It is carried. Sorry, I'll get again. All those in favour? Sorry, favour? Against? Carried 3-2. I move back to the agenda. I have no other motions that I wish to move. I'm supportive of the proposal. It's been a long afternoon in terms of dealing with those finer grade matters. I am comfortable that the proposal is appropriate on the site and a series of modified conditions appropriately addresses elements that have been outstanding to ensure the proposal can operate in its site. The design is an excellent design, nice building articulation and street interaction. It will work positively with the adjoining development and create a focus for the whole community. And overall, I commend this development. Move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate. Who was the mover?
Thank you. Yes, the community is excited to see a new offering in this location. The previous Stirling Highway IGA was very popular and well used among locals. This will become a destination shopping location where people will come from distant suburbs to see the new offering and the new shop. And that is going to contribute to parking and traffic circulation problems. Normally with these kind of developments previously with this particular development, the community was offered more in terms of a contribution towards building the laneway over the top of the sump. That was extensive negotiations have gone on between the city, Aldi and Woolworths about co-contribution towards fixing that sump. And now both developments have completely backed away and take no responsibility for a contribution there, which is very difficult position for the City of Nedlands to be in because there is a huge list of things that need to be built. And in this situation where the laneway was primarily benefiting Aldi and Woolworths, it was entirely appropriate that they make a contribution to complete this laneway and reduce that congestion problem that was going to create amenity problems for the community. So as I said, apart from a new shopping centre, which in itself provides a benefit to the community, there was already a shopping centre there. And so the idea of redeveloping this site was to get that town centre plan in operation with a complete laneway, circulating properly, the right width, so there's no congestion or traffic jams. And on top of that, there was a Moreton Bay fig tree on the corner where the pocket park was spoken to be, but that was chopped down. So as a local member of the DAP and a councillor, I can say that the community is worse off with this, what has been agreed here today, because that now the onus of paying for the completion of the laneway has been thrust back onto the local government when that was never the intention. And other weaknesses have been made to the conditions, which I believe will have unforeseen consequences that may cause legal disputes and problems later on, ultimately consuming more council resources, trying to deal with things that weren't properly thought out. And I genuinely believe that this is not the correct way to deal with a very large list of conditions. These conditions should have been written and put into a complete document for everybody to view as a public document prior to the actual meeting. And the community and all those involved should have been able to see what the intended document was supposed to be. To have dozens of conditions change that interrelate to each other is extremely problematic, and it's just fraught with risks of unforeseen consequences. So I sincerely hope this development is extremely successful and is built very quickly without any disruption to the community. And I hope everybody gets to enjoy the offerings as soon as possible. But it is important that major commercial operators take the role of being a respectful neighbour next door to established residential areas. They need to take that responsibility very seriously, because interfering with people's sleep and amenity to do business is not really acceptable. And that's what many of these conditions were intended to do, were to curtail some of those undesirable impacts on amenity to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Right of reply has been had. We are going to the vote. A substantive motion inclusive of the amendments that have carried. All those in favour? Against? It's carried 4-1. We move back to the agenda. That completes item 3. There are no Form 2 items. There are no Section 31 SAT reconsideration. The SAT appeals are listed in the agenda. I have no comments to make on those, and I close the meeting at 5:37 p.m. Thank you.